It's a great morning here at the Eagleton Institute of Politics. I'm Ruth Mandel, Director of the Institute, and it is my pleasure, deep pleasure, to welcome you to a day we've been looking forward to for a very long time, a very special event. We're here today to consider and also to celebrate the administration of Governor Thomas H. Kean. And we're delighted and honored, Governor Kean, to have you with us for this happy occasion. We'll look forward to hearing from you shortly and repeatedly throughout the day. Today's program showcases the most recent efforts of the Rutgers program on the governor. In 2006, the Rutgers libraries were the fortunate recipient of a gift from former Governor Brendan Byrne, who donated papers and other memorabilia from his distinguished career. He and his wife Ruthie raised funds to support processing, cataloging, and preserving the materials here at Rutgers. This coincided with Eagleton's interest in complementing our longstanding work on state legislatures with a new focus on state executive leadership. Perhaps it will surprise you, as it did me, and it has really everyone I've mentioned it to learn that nowhere in this country is there an academic center dedicated to the study of the office of governor. This, in fact, now what we're developing is a unique program. Eagleton and Rutgers aim not only to take on that role, but to do it with distinction and to begin with a special emphasis on our own Garden State. And notably, while this program studies history, we're designing it to utilize evolving technologies with an online archive of documents, images, and publications, and a series of video interviews with each recent governor and with the governor's key associates. We're also ensuring that noteworthy events, including this program today, are recorded and will also be made available online for present and future researchers and political practitioners. We're well on our way in compiling the Byrne Virtual Archive, and I'm thrilled that today we're taking a major step toward creating the Kean Virtual Archive. We're able to take today's step in large measure because of support provided by Governor Kean himself, and in his honor, significantly by the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation. And please, I'd like everyone to join me in thanking them for their generosity and foresight in preserving, in valuing, recognizing, and helping us to preserve this important historical record. Many people have helped to make all of this possible, and as you can imagine, but there's no way to thank and introduce all of them by name. However, there's one person who's central to the entire program on the governor here at Eagleton, my colleague Don Linke. He has worked closely with the Byrne Archive from day one, and now he has become a deeply learned student of the Kean administration as well. In fact, his knowledge of the Kean family now extends back to, and we've all been hearing about this and enjoying it, extends back to the 13th century King of Scotland. You're not going to hear all of this today. but Don will be, I can tell you, he is so immersed in this, will be happy to talk to you informally and after today about what he's discovered. This incredible history goes on through major figures of the colonial period and up to the present day. If you imagine this program on the governor as a major construction project, Don is the one who helped to design the blueprint, and he's also there every day hammering in many of the nails. Although I can't take the time to show you the hundreds of interviews and artifacts Don has amassed and digitized, we can send you to the website to see this rich resource under construction. Now I'd like Don to come forward to tell you just a bit about the virtual archives and about what's on display right here today. Don?
Thanks, Ruth. I'm going to yield most of my time since we started a little bit late, but I did want to speak just for a few minutes about our concept in putting this program together. I was, as Ruth was, I think, surprised at the lack not only of an academic center, but the lack of any serious scholarship around the country on the office of governor, particularly since governors have become such significant actors in setting not only state policy agendas, but the national policy agenda. 4 of the last 6 presidents have been governors. The states have been models for public policy, as we learned in basic civics in the Kean administration. I think the National Welfare Reform Program owes much to what New Jersey did with the State REACH program. Other things in New Jersey, like the New Jersey Spill Fund, become models for the federal Superfund. So the states have been probably the beehive of activity in developing new policies. But governors, sadly, have been sort of not looked at in a serious way in higher education. And there are even very few academics around the country who seem to focus on the governor as a serious topic for their research and publications. That's what we really want to try to make Rutgers as the national center for the study of the governor on a national basis, as well as with a special focus on New Jersey. Our program includes a national component, hopefully conferences on issues such as crisis management, particularly with Governor Kean and his background, talking about how states are organized for future crises, and also special topics related to New Jersey. We've already held roundtable discussions on the trends in politics and elections in New Jersey. We held one in Atlantic City on the history of casino development and where the current economic situation is bringing Atlantic City. And we have future programs scheduled for the Meadowlands and other topics. We encourage you, I think, to give us your ideas on how we should shape this program. There's nothing really fixed about how we proceed with the Kean archive, and I think Nancy Becker will talk a little bit later more specifically about the Kean project. So we would encourage you to contact either Nancy or me about what you think we should be doing over the next several weeks and months. As Ruth said, I've started to delve into the rich history of the Keans and Livingstons and have found, I think, a wealth of material. Most of what I've tried to put into your program and into the beginnings of the biography of Governor Kean have been excised out by superiors here at Eagleton, largely because of length. Because when you go back to the 12th and 13th century in Scotland, it tends to overwhelm current days. But as you can see in the next room with a PowerPoint presentation, the Kean and Livingston families have been really at the history of this country from colonial days. They were there to, Livingston swore in George Washington as the first president. Livingston negotiated the treaty for the Louisiana Purchase. The Livingstons hosted Teddy Roosevelt's Rough Riders before they went to Cuba. And that's going back a way. We won't talk about the more recent generations, Governor Kean's father and grandfather and uncle, and great uncle. But it has been, I think, a rich wealth of material. One Livingston development that I came across, which I haven't put in the written profile, is that Robert Livingston the Elder, who was the first of the Livingstons to come to this country, went to upstate New York, was, and this is relevant to current news, the financier of Captain Kidd, who later became a pirate. This created some controversy at the time, and Livingston claimed that he wasn't aware that Kidd was going to turn pirate, but there's some dispute about that.
So that's where the money came from. He never told me.
But for Governor Kean, I think the basic idea is that we're going to create a virtual archive like we've tried for Governor Byrne to bring all the disparate materials, documents, photos together on an internet site where people can have ready access. I was again surprised when we looked around the country that so few governors in any state really have an archive that's accessible. Many of them have their papers stuck in state archives or university libraries, but very few of these materials are available to the general public. What we're trying to do is show how New Jersey governors, beginning with Governor Byrne, now with Governor Kean, working on, make their day-to-day decisions, how policy is evaluated, how they organize their offices, how they write their speeches, and let scholars, students, and the general public get an idea of what it's like to be a governor. I think I'll let Nancy fill in the blanks in terms of the Kean archive a little bit later and turn the program back to Ruth. Thank you.
Thank you, Don. You get a sense there of how deeply he's been involved, Governor Kean, in all the hundreds of years in your history, and I want you to know that we have stopped him from getting too involved in your present personal life because he is a true historian. And nothing's off limits. While we'll have, as Don pointed out, major distinct programs on the administrations of each governor, we also plan to document themes and events that may have involved governors from multiple states or that united several governors from the same states. To take a prime example here, the Rutgers program on the Governor website will be sure to note the decades of bipartisan collegiality between Governors Byrne and Kean, a theme that has always been central to Governor Kean's leadership. This is an inspiring example to us all, and like some of their accomplishments and challenges during their time in the State House, should be a lesson to states across the country. This summer, the program on the governor will begin gathering information on the administration of Governor Florio. Ultimately, we believe this program will be the primary national resource for examining how governors run for office, evaluate policy options, and handle their day-to-day responsibilities. While we're starting from New Jersey, as Don pointed out, we envision a broader national focus that might have us holding interstate forums addressing issues that confront leaders in the states. For example, the one on crisis management, looking at crisis management and using as case studies 9/11, Hurricane Katrina, and the recent floods in the Midwest. This is just one example of the kinds of things we envision for the future and are very excited about as we think about this program on the governor and its potential. Now it's time to present the man who's at the center of today's program. Certainly in this company he needs no introduction, but we might also think of this entire day as reintroducing him and his legacy. He led New Jersey from 1982 to 1990, becoming one of the most popular political figures in our state's history. And his administration provided a launching pad for many distinguished careers, including some of the careers among you here today. A champion of education, he's been a frequent visitor in our classrooms. I am deeply honored and pleased to welcome back to the Eagleton Institute of Politics, Governor Thomas Kean.
Thank you all. Welcome. You know, Don, when you were talking about the fact you got me traced back to some Scottish king, when I first got elected, I got a very important visit from the Irish Tourist Board. And they said, you may think you're Scottish, but you're not. And they gave me, which I still have, a whole linkage. And they said, where does it start? And they said, of course, in the mist with the Irish kings. And so, at least for the next campaign, I was at least part Irish. But anyway, thank you all. It was, it doesn't seem as long ago as it was. It seemed like yesterday in a way. A group of us, back in the middle of, at that point, the worst recession since the Great Depression, found ourselves in Trenton. And a very diverse group it was. We had individual people, and we were trying so hard, and after that very narrow election victory, to find the right people. And we had a search firm working, and I hadn't met some of the best people we found. They came out of the search firm based on quality. I'd never met Ken Beaton before, and I interviewed him, and without question, he was outstanding and the very best possible candidate, the treasurer for the state. He was a little bothersome that I found out he wasn't a Republican, but but his qualifications were so outstanding that he was obviously the right fit. Ming Su, I asked Ming, I said, one of the things I think we have to do for economic development in the state is really explode our relations and our attempts to get business from overseas, because the southern states particularly were beating us to death. And we weren't attracting the headquarters of the companies or helping our firms to expand abroad. And I said, I really want to expand that area. And I said to Ming, who was vice president of RCA, I said, can you find me somebody? Can you find me somebody? I never thought, of herself, because she was, very important in her own career. And she came back to me, and I said, Ming, have you been able to find me anybody who could really do this for the state? And she said, never forget it. She said, this country has done so much for me when I came here as an immigrant. And I think I'd really like to give something back now. And what about me? And of course, she was better than any other state had. And we beat every other state in what we tried to do abroad from then on. But they were representative of the kind of people we found. Not all Republicans. Many of them people I didn't know. I never met Saul Kugelman. Never met Bob Huey. Never met a tremendous number of people who we picked simply because they were the most outstanding men and women that we could find to put together an administration. And then we did another thing which may be a little strange in modern years. We talked to the other party a lot and worked with them and came up with common policies and became friendly with a number of them. My two greatest mentors, probably when I was governor, I used to talk to after the workday was over and all of that, were former Governor Dick Hughes and former Governor Brendan Byrne, who did everything they could. I would call them night sometimes and say, kind of having problems with these Democrats in the legislature, what should you do? And I said, well, if you do this or that, and so on. And they were very helpful to me. I reached out to them, and they were helpful to me every single step of the way. And we tried some new things and some different things, because we had people who were thoughtful and who were innovative, and who gradually, as they got to know each other, started working together as a team. And I think you all know the accomplishments. We were able to, in spite of a recession and all of the other things, to maintain one of the few AAA bond ratings in the country for our state, right through our administration. We were able to not only get through that, but to keep our taxes lower than the states around us. And partly because of that, and partly because so much other work we did. And Les Borden-Putnam, who was another one who is not here, but he did a tremendous job for us in economic development. We had a flow in 750,000 new jobs during that administration. And I remember going to a dinner at the Hilton in New York, and I was there with Governor Cuomo, and Governor Cuomo got up and said, I've told the Hilton, to tie down the hotel, because if not, Kean will take it back to New Jersey. But all that and so many other accomplishments. We were complimented for leading the state in country environmental protection. We were mentioned in 3 presidential addresses as the leader in the country in education reform. All those things and so many more were not me. I may have been there as governor, and the governor gets this carried, which used to point out to me again and again. Doesn't matter who starts things. Democrats, the governor always gets the credit, so just accept it. But it was because of all of you. And so many people who weren't here, and I wish were here. Some who couldn't be here today, like Peggy Howard, who got summoned down here this morning. She's fine to come. Called me late last night and said that because of the difficulties in the state right now, she's on the merit board, and they're making some tough decisions and getting picketed by people while they do it. And Peggy said, I just have to be there, as Peggy would say that. You know, that's one of the difficult things. She's got a job to do, she's there. Like Bill Gormley and Edmund Lynn, who had obligations they just couldn't get out of, and would have loved to be here. And then, of course, the people we miss so much. Greg Stevens in particular, who meant so very, very much to our administration, but a number of others as well. General Gerard, whose funeral I attended this year. Good people who really worked hard and did tremendous things for us all. But it was a team. It was a team. And the ideas came out of you, and out of people in this room, and people who weren't in this room. That's where the ideas came from. And they came from Democrats, and they came from Republicans, and we were able to put them together and able to do something which I'm still very proud of. And I hope that each of you are very proud of the part you played, because you should be. I mean, somebody the other day said to me, somebody on the street actually said, you know, your administration for New Jersey was really Camelot as far as the state is concerned. I don't know whether that's quite true, but I do know that we did a lot that people look back on and say, that was good. And New Jersey was in a good place at that point. And I want to thank you, those who were in the administration, those who served in the legislature, Democrats, Republicans, all of us. So we did something that's quite important. We worked together. We worked together, and we only had one bottom line. And the bottom line was, were we going to make the state better? Were we going to lay the foundation? We're going to make it better for future governors and future legislators. And I think we left that kind of a legacy. And that's why I'm proud when people look back at it. And I'm proud of each and every one of you. And, you know, as far as I'm concerned, you and New Jersey were always just perfect together.
Thank you, Governor Kean. He will be back later and here all day participating in the program. I just might add a note to what he said about you and his administration and his memories of the team. A word that we've heard often about those years. Our experience in putting this program together has been that the team is also shares an experience of a word you don't often use from a podium like this, but I want to use it, and that is love. I think that there is, among the people who worked together and worked with him, there is real love for this governor in that time, and it's been our privilege as we put this together to feel how deeply felt that experience of those years was. And just he mentioned, the governor mentioned Ming Hsu being here today, which was very exciting for me because we have a long history that goes back as well. But just, you know, you call Ming, she lives in California now, and say, you know, we're having a program in honor of Governor Kean and putting together an archive, and she says, I'll be there. Indeed she is, and not the only one who's flown here from California to join us today. Before turning to our first panel, I just want to do the inevitable, a couple of logistical notes, get some business out of the way. You've probably noted that the biography of Governor Kean, authored by Al Felsenberg, is on sale in the foyer. that was the very site where we celebrated the publication when the book came out, published by Rutgers University Press not all that long ago. Al himself very much regretted that a prior obligation prevented him from joining us today, but in his absence, it's possible, if some of you are interested in another copy, because I know you will have one, but another copy of that book, it's possible that Governor Kean might be prevailed upon to sign a copy, and I think that would be okay with Al. As you've noted, I'm sure this event is being recorded, and as I mentioned, will be part of the archive itself and will be available online. It's imperative that when members of the audience want to speak as we go forward, or if you ask questions, that you raise your hand and wait for a microphone because of the recording. Make sure also, please, we may have to remind people because we all forget about these things, but to identify yourself so that our transcribers and online viewers will know who you are 50 years from now when they're looking at this archive and doing research and admiring this period. Many, if not most of you in the audience, could easily be part of the program. That's been one of the very tough parts of putting it together. I know that not everyone is going to get a chance to speak today, but as the program moves forward, we will be gathering written and oral comments from many people for the archive. And I want to encourage you, urge you to contact us, particularly Nancy Becker or Don Linke, if you would like to be part of this process, and we'll be getting in touch with people too as we go forward. To save time, we've provided a program book. I think everyone has the program book, and that has the basic information about background for our speakers and panelists, and therefore we're going to dispense with lengthy introductions. However, I am going to introduce the moderators. So now to lead our first panel of Kean administration veterans, I'm going to welcome another veteran. His name is Michael Aaron. We're delighted that he is going to be moderating this session. Since joining New Jersey Network back in 1982, he's become a fixture on the TVs of the state's political and news junkies, not to mention the often hilarious star of the annual Legislative Correspondence Dinner that some of you may have attended. He's conducted many of the interviews for the Byrne and now the Kean archives. In fact, we confess that we find it easy to schedule these appointments when people learn that they'll get to spend an hour in his company. He's the senior political correspondent and interim director of news and public affairs for NJN, and it's my great pleasure to present Michael Aaron.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Governor Kean. Thank you, Ruth. Why don't the panel come on up?
Go ahead, Tom.
As Ruth noted, I've been doing a number of interviews for both the Kean archive and the Brendan Byrne archive of the Rutgers program on the governor. And it's been a tremendous learning experience for me. There's a real rich reservoir of material in that archive for those who want to know the foundation of many of the issues that we grapple with today. They were being grappled with back then, most of them. And I've enjoyed participating in the debriefing of people like these and the governor and several of you. I started at NJN in 1982, June of 1982. The Kean administration was about 5 months old then. It's amazing that we all look exactly the same as we did back then. Shortly after I started, Greg Stevens came in as chief of staff, and immediately the station started getting complaints about the liberal political commentator they had just hired. And there was a little bit of friction in that first term between me and the administration. But it all was kind of patched up after the huge re-election victory, and somebody, perhaps Stevens or perhaps Carl Golden, had the idea that I should sit down with Governor Kean at Drumthwacket in front of a roaring fire and do an hour-long interview, which we did in early 1986. And I was very nervous. I prepared for weeks for that, but it was quite successful. Governor Kean discussed for the first time publicly his stuttering problem as a young man. I don't know why that is the high point in my memory, but it is. And the governor just used the phrase Camelot. I'm a journalist, I have to remain impartial, but I will go so far as to say that when you look back on those 8 years, and I must say the 8 years of the Byrne administration, which I didn't cover as directly, but which I've learned an awful lot about from participating in this program, it's hard to see a subsequent governorship that accomplished as much and had quite as much impact on the state. And I want to explore with this really terrific panel here today a little of why that is and how that is. John Hanson, haven't seen you in a long time. How are you?
I grew more hair since
Tony Ciccatello, who I have interviewed for the archive. Bob Grady, who I haven't seen in a while, but we were in touch a couple of years ago. Bob Franks, who we all see frequently on the state scene, and Ken Merrin, who I also had the privilege of interviewing for the archive. I had asked, through Nancy Becker, each of you to think about the most important thing that you did for Tom Kean as a starting point for this discussion. So let's start there. John Hanson, what's the most important thing you did?
Well, I had the privilege of being the chairman of the sports complex from 1982 to 1990, and with the hard work of Bob O'Kay and others, we had some great successes. We were able to bring the Colorado Rockies, now known as the New Jersey Devils, to the Meadowlands. We negotiated with Mr. Hess and brought the Jets to New Jersey. We had the Kickoff Classic, which was the first football game of the college football game of the year. And we were able to buy Monmouth Raceway. And all those, I think, are great accomplishments that help develop the Meadowlands as a mecca for business and industry. But I think the most important thing I did for candidate Kean, not Governor Kean, candidate Kean, was in the area of fundraising. I went to a function early in 1981. I was accosted by the gentleman on my right. He said, "We lost the primary in 1977 because we ran out of money in April. Can you raise the money?" And I had never raised money before. I raised money in my own business, but not in a political way. So a group of us who had not raised money, we'd raised some money, but not in the political area. And we were, candidly, I was based in Bergen County in those days, and we were the out party. The people who controlled the county was the Republican Party. The county chairman was not Tom Kean corner, and in fact told most of us, you better not do this. So We began to work hard, Fletch Kramer Sr., Marley Hager, Phil Kaltenbacher, and we managed to raise the money that was necessary. And as you know, they called him landslide Kean. He won by 1,797 votes. And the night of the primary, a very interesting thing happened. Bo Sullivan appeared to congratulate the winner. And after he made some very nice comments, as he walked off, he said to me, "Do you know Larry Bathgate?" I said, "No, I don't know Larry Bathgate." He said, "You ought to call him. He was helpful in raising funds." So called Larry. He joined forces with us. We continued to raise dollars, as you know. The election, outcome of the election. And then Larry carried it to the next degree when we raised money for what was known as the Governor's Ball. And that really provided the dollars so you could build a party. And you mentioned Greg Stevens before. It's 1984. Ronald Reagan's been reelected. I get a call like the next day. We have to raise all the money for the primary for Governor Kean's second term. I said, well, we're not going to have a primary. We'll raise it anyway. So the difference between 81 and 85 is my youngest son had just graduated from college, and he was a little green, so I said, come on, I got a job for you. So I said, send out all these letters, and then we'll have to follow up. So we sent out the letters, and within days, this money started to come in. So we raised all the money, if you will, for the primary by January. So, well, that's over. And, of course, the next thing I know, good old Greg is on the telephone. He said, well, I got to raise it for the general election. I said, Greg, it's only January. No, got to raise it. So we raised the money, and as you would recall, Governor Kean won by the widest margin in the history of the state. So I thought my fundraising days were over for Governor Kean. And Tony, in 1989, came up with another bright idea. We ought to raise some money so that in his post-career, the governor could do certain things post being governor. So in December 1989, we organized a fundraiser at the Meadowlands. And by that time, Bob McKay and I had become good friends with George Steinbrenner. We got George to come over for this function. And we raised the grand sum of $750,000. Those funds, he said he was Irish, he's really Scotch, because those funds lasted until last year. And one funny little story that happened that night. I said to George Steinbrenner, George, Mort Pye is going to be here. There's a question in New Jersey whether you really were ever serious about bringing the Yankees. So would you be sure that you talk to Mort Pye? So halfway through the cocktail party, Percy Pine runs over to me. He said, I just spent 15 minutes with George Steinbrenner. He's going to bring the Yankees to New Jersey. I walked over to George right at the end, and I said, George, I told you his name was Mort Pye. He said, they all begin with P. What difference does it make?
Thank you, John. Mort Pye, for the archive, was the longtime editor of the Newark Star Ledger.
Newark News.
And the Newark News before that? Star Ledger. I want to go down to the end of the table. Ken Marin, what's the most important thing you did for Tom Kean?
Wow. When I think about the Kean administration and Governor Kean, it's hard for me to think of anything I did as being really important or critical. But there are a couple of things that I talk about. I think Governor Kean believed in government, believed that government could do good for people. And there are two examples that I give you. When I got to the insurance department in 1984, I found a department that was not operating, not working. My predecessor during the Byrne years, Commissioner Jim Sheeran, had requested money from the legislature for upgrading the department. In 1984, we found that the department had an American flag with 48 stars on it. So that was the time warp that we had. And so over the next 4 or 5 years, we were able to build the department back up, get some computers in addition to the electrical typewriters we had, and get people in that were really able to do the job of regulating an industry. We tried computerizing the examination system and talking with people in Washington. I'm told that if the federal government had done the type of computerization for solvency that we had done for the insurance industry, much of what has happened in the last couple of years might have been averted. The second thing that I talk about would be the summer of 1985, which as Director of Policy and Planning at that point, my summer was occupied by asbestos abatement in the schools. There had been a terrible experience the previous year around the country with schools not being able to open in the fall because of raw asbestos being present. And the effort required the coordination of about 8 or 9 state departments, everything from Treasury, Health, Education, of course. So my summer was spent working with the different agencies to make sure that everybody did what they had to do to make sure that schools opened safely and open on time. And with the exception of, I think, 3 schools, everybody opened on time, everything was safe. For the 3 schools that did not open on time, it had been well publicized. There was no fear, there were no outcries, so everything worked smoothly. I raise those two because it's in the context, again, of making state government work, making sure that the government has the capability to do what it should do to enforce the laws that have been enacted. And I'd say that those were the representative items.
So, you know, Kansas is always too modest. Insurance in those days was probably the biggest aggravation in the mind of the average voter. The lack of regulation, the cost of insurance, and everything else. Ken took that problem on and solved it. This administration did solve it, at least for a while. And Ken deserves a tremendous credit for that. He really does.
So John Hanson's contribution was in the area of fundraising, and Ken's was in the area of policy and government administration. Bob Grady, what's the most important thing you did for the town?
Thank you, Mike. Before I jump in and say that, I just want to say thank you to Rutgers and to Ruth Mandel and to Eagleton Institute and to Nancy Becker and all those who organized this event. It's great to be back in New Jersey, be among old friends. It's especially great to be with the governor. And Michael, with respect to your opening comment about Greg calling you up and yelling at you, you're a basketball fan, right? And so you know the importance of yelling at the ref so you get the next call. I think the most important thing that I tried to do was to bring focus to the administration. By that I mean, you have to look a little bit at the context. I came in a little bit after things had started, but in 1982, the governor's first year, as he mentioned at the outset, unemployment in New Jersey was over 9%, 9.3%. It's the highest it's been, until in the last 25 years. And that first year, in addition to the roaring landslide that John mentioned of 1,000 votes, was a tough year for the governor. He had back surgery. He sort of got backed into signing a modest tax increase. People may remember there was a little flap over moving into Drumthwacket and furniture, which I'm not going to go into in deference to someone who's not here today. But at the time, the governor had a 38% approval rating in his first year, and the media was kind of writing the story of what he was about. You guys were in charge. And I came in the beginning of 1983 at the same time as Craig Stevens, about whom I'm going to say a word in a minute. But my job was to kind of operate at the nexus of policy and politics and communications. And what we tried to do was just to bring focus to the administration, and we really thought about 3 issues that were hugely important to the state. Environmental protection, and if you went on over the next couple of years under the leadership of Bob Huey and others, we did an environmental trust fund to build resource recovery facilities around the state. We radically advanced hazardous waste cleanups in the state because in those days, the early Reagan administration Superfund was operating very slowly. We did the first steps, thanks to Dennis Sternberg and others here, in tackling the problem of ocean pollution. We sued New York over the garbage falling out of fresh kills. We sued the EPA closed on a 106-mile site off Atlantic City, and so on. The second was the economy. As I said, we had a 9.3% unemployment rate, and we said we got to do everything we can to create jobs. So we did a transportation trust fund to create a revolving fund to build a lot of highways. And we went around the state and did ribbon cutting at Route 55 in South Jersey and Route 24 in Morris County, which had been kind of delayed for 20 years. We first called it an infrastructure fund, but a lot of other initiatives there, urban enterprise zones, efforts everywhere from downtown Newark with the Arts Center to South Jersey to the Hudson waterfront. And I was here a couple weeks ago, and just, it's amazing to remember. I drove from South Jersey up to New York City, and just driving by the Hudson waterfront and thinking what it was like 25 years ago and what it looks like today. And none of that, the marinas, the high rises, none of that was there. And now you look at it, and it's amazing what came. And the third priority was education. And as everybody remembers, that was the time of the famous national report on the rising tide of mediocrity, and the governor proposed merit pay. He proposed an alternative certification bill, proposed an increase in starting salaries for teachers in New Jersey, got all three of them passed over the objection of the NEA, and a lot of states still haven't adopted merit pay, still haven't adopted alternative certification, so we were a quarter century above others. So what I say, and what we did then in terms of working with the treasurer and Mr. McKittish over here and others in developing the budget, was to radically increase those three areas, anything to do with the economy, environment, or education, and basically freeze most of everything else. And so the kind of press and because that was the focus of the budget, the story kind of wrote itself, if you know what I mean. And the media had to be driven to those three topics, which we believe to be our topics. And we did other things to try to underline that. We were worried that the State House reporters were more interested in the kind of gossip in the State House, so when we signed a bill on the environment, we did it at the Jersey Shore. When we signed a bill on education, we did it at a schoolhouse. When we signed a bill about the waterfront, we went to the waterfront. We didn't do it in the State House. But I do think there was a certain, a lot of this was run with a certain discipline and order, and the importance of discipline in implementing those three priorities. And on that, I really think it's very hard to overstate the importance of Greg Stevens. And we all miss him. He was a spectacular chief of staff. Probably one of the best political operatives ever, and I think he really reached the prime of his career, hit his stride here in New Jersey. And just wish he didn't, smoke so many cigarettes and drink so many Diet Cokes when we were all sitting around. I think there's a lesson in that idea of focus. Pick three priorities and do nothing but that for other politicians in other contexts. And you see a lot of people get too scattered. We tried to do other things around to sort of emphasize that New Jersey was emerging. So to emphasize New Jersey pride, we did do the New Jersey New Perfect Together ads. We did some things that I think emphasized the unique character of Tom Kean as a person and as a governor. I remember being so proud of a telethon we did, we can talk about in the Q&A, to raise money for people who were starving in Ethiopia, where the governor hosted. We got the whole legislature standing behind him on the stage, answering the phones, some members of the Senate and the Assembly, and a lot of famous New Jersey personalities kind of coming on TV and run on your network, Michael. We signed a bill to divest the pension fund from companies doing business in South Africa, which at the time was the first pension fund to do so, and obviously freedom did come to South Africa. We did town meetings around the state. We started doing a cable TV show. We started our own radio calling show. So we did some things that were unique. We did a terrific effort in that first term, and David Kotok is here, spearheaded it. We built, and I just drove by this the other night, the Holocaust Memorial at Rutgers State Park in New Jersey, which was a tremendous effort and a real moment of pride for the state. But I think if you add all that up, I look at those three priorities and say the governor was a compassionate conservative before it was popular. With the radio show and the call-ins and the town meetings, he was accessible and transparent in an era when, to this day, people worry about whether government's trustworthy and accessible. But most of all, he was a spokesman for New Jersey's resurgence, for not only the economy, but the state's sense of self, or the pride of the state. And later that, when we won re-election, thanks to the efforts of everybody here and a lot of the people in this room, by the largest margin, I think it's the largest margin ever to be achieved in this state at any level by any politician, It came to be called the politics of inclusion. But I think there's an important thing here. It was not that we practiced constituency politics. We did get the majority of the labor vote, we got the majority of the African American vote, and yes, we took our message to every corner of the state. We had targeted radio in Hispanic communities, and we went to campaign in black churches, which Republican governors had done, but we didn't practice constituency politics. What we did was emphasize three things: environment, education, and economy, that were important to everyone, young and old, black and white, frankly, Republican or Democrat. And that's why it was inclusive. It's not because we went around and said, oh, we got to get this constituency group out. But, so anyway, that's my take. I think the importance of focus when you're trying to govern is huge in a day when your inbox is full. And now as then, you know, life is complicated, the economy is complicated, there are a lot of priorities. But the governor brought focus to his job, and the result was a stunning re-election.
You're reminding me that back in those days we called them the 3 E's.
Exactly.
Right? The environment, the economy, education. Bob Franks, most important thing you did for Tom Kean?
Sitting in a living room in Short Hills in 1967 and emerging as a junior at Summit High School as co-chairman of Youth for Kean and Colloquium. Fast forward, 1981, when you win a statewide election by 1,700 votes, you needed to have done just about everything right during the course of that campaign. But too often, I think people overlook the primary, which was in and of itself an enormously challenging environment. Let me just refresh our memories. Kean, followed by order of finish in the primary. Kean, Kramer, Sullivan, Walworth, Parker, Imperiali, Rafferty, McGlynn. These were quality people, each of whom had their own constituency, and our challenge was to put together a team in the primary, an effort that began in February of 1980, where something that became a hallmark of the governor's leadership style as governor, he trusted people who had not been with him at every turn of his career to help put together the apparatus that allowed him to achieve the nomination in June and then the governorship in November. I went out, and candidly, because of another guy who I see in the room, my friend Ray Bateman, another mentor for a lot of us in the business, I went back to the 1977 primary where I supported Ray and drew on the people who I felt had demonstrated a capacity to get over this hurdle in '81. And I started with my friend Roger Bodman. And I got to tell you, that decision to put Roger in charge of the '81 campaign, which was supported not only obviously by the candidate, but by people like Tony and people who'd been in the '77 effort, really allowed for a melding of the various constituencies that work in the party in 1981 to come together around Tom Kean. And against the scope of opposition of a Pat Kramer or a Bo Sullivan, we needed to have that marriage of interests, and we did. Al Fasola, that name, John, is nodding and smiling. Nothing, I'm told, no document has ever been more interesting in the history of state government than Al Fasola's four-way. I wouldn't know anything about it. That's what's been said. He's my roommate in college, remains my closest friend, godfather of my little daughter. And Al had a remarkable ability to marshal resources, work with people, and that was a phenomenal effort to make sure that the money was raised on time, and it was just a terrific effort. So, we needed to find somebody to do the issues in the campaign, and the governor had said he heard something about this guy from Long Island who worked for some member of the House. And so I'm in my legislative office in New Providence, and Ken Merrin comes in to see me. And I went back to the governor and said, there's this guy, he's just incredibly capable. Do a phenomenal job on that. Dave Murray came by, and he'd done work in Pennsylvania in the preceding couple of years. And I just felt that there was a synergy among a lot of us then in our, I guess many of us in our late 20s, who the governor had entrusted to do this, and we were young, had some experience, but his ability to allow others to help organize efforts, I think, stimulated an environment for Republicans and those interested in good governance for him to allow us to work out opportunities that he could capture and leverage. And it's been a great ride, Governor. So I guess that was it, being an organizer in 1981.
Just want to say one thing before we go on. But, you know, when you're running in a primary, you're running hard against other people, but you sometimes travel almost in a pack because you have to be at the same debates, the same Republican clubs, the same whatever, and you get to know each other pretty well. And if you do issues and don't really do personalities, you become sort of friendly with them. And I became pretty friendly with those people who were running against me. And so and they weren't all friendly with each other. And so not only election night did Bo Sullivan come that very night. This is tough when you run hard in the primary and finish, to come to the winner's headquarters that night and bring your family, which Bo Sullivan did. It's wonderful. But the next day, Pat Kramer called me, my secretary, and said, you know, next weekend I'm having a barbecue at my house, and all of us are coming. And the barbecue is simply so that right away, each one of us can decide what they're going to do to help you become governor. Now, if I hadn't started that way, and if those 6 other people hadn't rallied behind me that way, we would, I mean, when you're that close, a lot of things could have happened. Tremendous start, and I've been very few primaries since then when that kind of thing has happened. So it was a lot of credit to those people.
Something else happened after that, Michael, which is some years later, Doris Kearns Goodwin wrote a book called Team of Rivals about Lincoln. Governor Kean could have written that book because mysteriously all those people who were in that primary ended up with jobs in state government, and then they didn't have a primary in 1985.
I'm calling on Tony Ciccatello last because I thought that he had the longest or deepest background with Governor Kean, but Bob Franks is reminding me that he started with the governor when he was in high school in the 60s, and Tony, I know from our interview for the archives, joined the governor around 74 or thereabouts, right? What's the most important thing you did for Tom Kean?
I was the designated Italian. Campaign in New Jersey, you have to have a designated Italian, or you don't get in the North Ward. So, you know, the one thing that at that time in my life, my business had gotten started, and we were doing a lot on Wall Street and things like that, so it was very difficult for me to get away. And that's when the whole sensitivity to bringing the party together, that Roger and Bob and a lot of the people came together. The thing that I think I provided was just being there and being part of that group, making sure that all the Kean people stayed together during that period. But the most important thing was afterwards. When I told Tom that I could, you know, he asked me if I wanted to do something in government. I said I couldn't at this time, basically because my company was just getting started. So he said to me, he said, you know, go out and get me the very best people we can find. And that was the role I played in terms of working with all the search firms, the search firm, and we had little committees. Like Ray Bateman was part of the Treasury Committee because Tom had a lot of trust that Ray knew what we needed in Treasury, and so we had a small group of people that we had with 2 or 3 people in that committee. They went out and they were filtering people. You know, we had lost a month because of the recount, and Tom and everybody, all politicians get very superstitious, and he wasn't going to let anybody do anything regarding hiring people until there was a clear win. So I remember Thanksgiving, I think it was, when you called me, and we always said, you got to call me and tell me when the Fat Lady's finally sung. And he did, he said he finally said, so we started. And the process of doing the searches, that was the big thing. One of the funny stories, one of the interesting stories, and Bob knows this, and Roger knows this. Roger and Al sat me down about 3 weeks before the election. And they had this whole, they thought they were going to win, and they had this whole staff laid out. They had a structure, they had all of this, and I'm going, oh dear God, don't let Tom see this. He will die if he sees this, because they had who was going to be chief with all these different things. And I said, thank you very much. I'll discuss it with Tom. See, one of the roles I played was that I was the closest guy to Tom and could call him. I usually talked with him at 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock at night. Actually, I would talk with him at 11 o'clock, then I'd talk with Carrie at 12. Carrie was always up. I would call Carrie at 1. Probably in the Princeton Diner. But the role I played was the search firm and getting people like Ken Biederman, like Borden Putnam. You should know that I was on the transition committee. I think there were 15 people on the transition committee. Who didn't get a job? Me. Everybody else got a job. And, I don't understand that. I said, Tom, the designated Italian here, and I'm not getting a job. But we had a process by which we went through. One of the reasons I was sensitive to that structure that Al and Roger had given us is that when you come out of a campaign, and you'll see it happen, matter of fact, Ed Koch, it happened directly with Ken. He brought all his political people into running government. That is not the best thing, because you bring all your political chits into the governor's office. Structurally, it makes it very difficult for you in dealing with the kinds of issues that you have, because you're dealing with all those political promises that John Hanson made. He's over here raising money and making all these political promises. Now you got to take that all away from him and put it into a policy-making way. So basically what we did in the search process was go out and get very good people. Tom was very clever. I mean, we would go ahead and hire the commissioners. And we made mistakes. I mean, this is why, I was looking at Obama and the fact that he made a few mistakes, or people had this problem or that problem. You don't know. You can't find out everything. We hired a very, very nice person to be Commissioner of Education. Bob Braun went and read his dissertation. Now, I didn't go read his dissertation to do the venting of this guy, but he found some lines that he may have plagiarized from something. But here you are, education. So we had that problem that we had to deal with. Lou Thurston helped very much with the Commissioner of Transportation. We thought we needed an engineer in there, and Lou kept saying, John Sheridan, John Sheridan, John Sheridan. And eventually, I remember Lou, we kept going back and forth on that. All this stuff, when you're hiring a government, and you sit across the table and you look at Bob Huey, now, is this guy going to run the environment right? First of all, true to form, does he have a tie on? No. He's still out in the environment. I know, he's in with his size. So you look across the table at these people. I remember somebody coming in and said they wanted to be Commissioner of Health, or it was Human Services, I think, at the time. And I looked at him and I said, how many psychiatric hospitals have you run? These jobs can not only make or break a person, an individual, but it could ruin a governor if you make mistakes. And if there's anything that I knew, that if Tom Kean wakes up in the morning and the front page of the Star-Ledger, he hears somebody in a psychiatric institution that had this problem or that problem, there would be hell to pay. So we took the time, all the time that was necessary to get the structure in place. And one of the important structures was really that governor's office. And that's when and Tom and I discussed this very extensively. We decided, strong chief of staff, which is what Brendan Byrne had. If you remember, there was this basically a strong chief of staff where everything went through. Or fragment the power so that you have the policy and planning in one area, you have the legislative in another area, and then you have the chief of staff, which is doing the operational. We decided to go with that because, one, Tom is comfortable with dealing with a lot of bright people. And we knew, and he in particular, likes all that information coming up. Now, Does that make for an easy management of the governor's office? Ask Ken Biederman. I mean, Ken, we used to have these.
I think everybody got along great.
Oh, yeah. We used to have these little soirees periodically in restaurants in the basement where everyone would shout with one another because who was doing what, and I used to try to referee some of this. But I was the outside person. If there's any role that I played, I helped him with this transition. People had access to me, that they can talk with me and know that, and I didn't go to him with everything, but if there was a problem, one time he called me and he said, you know, George Albanese, he's got to get either one of the key staff people in my office supporting him because I can't go against all three people. George had a way of just making everybody mad at him because he knew better than anybody. So I went to George and I said, George, you know, pick one of them and then get them on your side because the governor can't just go around all the all the key people in his office on a policy issue. And George figured that out. And I think finally got Gary Stein involved. But that's the kind of role that I can play. And also, the most important role was watching John Hanson. You gonna start? Okay. You're going to start? Well, first thing I was told by Tony, you have to fire Bob Mulcahy. Today, they're closest friends. And to Governor Cade's credit, I said, I get all this pressure, starting with Tony, Senator Hagedorn, what should I do about Bob Mulcahy, who I had not met? So he said, good government's good politics. If you think that Bob is qualified to do the job, go ahead and retain him, and I'll take the political heat. Well, the political heat was coming from Tony and subsequently Greg Stevens. Bob, where's Bob? Bob knows that story. Oh, did you apologize? No. This is how Tom Kean works. This is how
This
is how Tom Kean works. Every time Bob's contract came up, every county chairman would come to us. Now, I'm dealing with the politics of things. The governor doesn't pay attention to that. He lets us deal with that. Every county chairman comes up and says they want that job. All right. So I went into the governor. I said, look, it wasn't Bob Mulcahy. He was doing a good job. You got to depoliticize this job. You got to get somebody in there that doesn't have a background of being a former chief of staff of a Democratic governor. So he said, all right, go find me somebody. So I went and found, it was Peter Ruberoth that did the, so I find Peter Ruberoth just did the Olympics out in LA. So I said, now this guy would be good. He said, all right, go find out how much he wants. $500,000. So Tom said to me, now you want me to go before the Democratic legislature for $500,000 when I'm paying somebody, at that time, Bob, I think you were making 175 or something, whatever it was. He said, I'm not doing it. We're going to keep Bob Mulcahy. And that's how he works the staff around him, and you do these little outside research jobs to keep everybody happy and keep everything going.
We have until 10:30 here, and I want to invite you all to ask a question, make a comment, but I just want to focus the discussion from here on in helping us understand what the keys to the success of this administration were. We've heard some of them already, and I think it's interesting that everybody up here played a slightly different role. Fundraising, search firm, communications and focus, getting elected, and issues and policy. But what were the keys to success? And I do see someone who wants to make a comment. Go ahead. Yes, please identify.
My name is Dr. Dennis Sternberg, and I'm here with my sons, Jordan and Sandy, and I'll be stuck in the tunnel in Manhattan. I want to tell you, Governor, you helped to change my life. I'm born and bred in New Jersey. I'm a dentist, and Michael, you might remember me from years ago too, and I used to chase Tom Kean until I met Robert Grady, who helped me chase him better. And I used to say there's a big thing happening in the ocean. What Tom Kean meant to the people of this state, and to me especially, was that he was a communicator. He was accessible. Your communication and accessibility helped me to become political. I used to follow him until he finally says, yes, sir, and I told him, Governor, there's a problem in the ocean. And I knew New Jersey and me were perfect together, but there was a big problem. I want to thank you for making the big tent in our state, turning New Jersey from a bad joke to truly the Garden State on the ocean. I want to thank Mr. Grady for all the help he gave me for the accessibility to the governor. But I listened to all of you, and you all did things wonderfully political for the governor. I even ran for state assembly because of the governor and because of Mr. Grady, as a citizen who wanted to change this state. And I taught my sons this, and to this day, Governor, until I die, I will thank you for being the governor who made a person from your state, our state, feel that the governor was really truly for the people and for good government, and for Mr. Grady, who has been my friend since those days, making me feel that it isn't all bad. And Mr. Frank, so I know, it isn't all bad. This is a great state. It isn't what it was when Tom Kean ran it. I hope it will someday be again, because that's part of the program and what we need to do. You had the communication, you had the accessibility, and you had very special people who really cared. So as a citizen, and I think as a friend, I want to thank you very much, and Mr. Grady very much.
Well, there's another Tom Kean coming along. You could
You know, Michael, one thing I think we should mention, up here talking about a lot of different things that happen in legislative accomplishments, but one person that probably should be on this panel is Kerry Edwards, and it's just great to see him here. And
is he on the next panel?
He was
He's on the next panel.
All this stuff. So.
He was.
I have a question.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
The,
Wait, we need to give you a microphone. And identify yourself.
Kerry Edwards,
You
Harry Edwards.
Chief Counsel.
coming down talking to Tony at 12 o'clock at night. Too many nights. The primary was mentioned as a key to the success of the election process and the ability to win the primary, because we didn't win in 77, but we did win in 81. And there was a certain piece of legislation that was passed that was I believe, the most important key to the success of that election. It was a marriage between some of us, Bill Gormley not here, Bob, me, Dr. Lane, some others. It was the Open Primary Act, which
and burned Democrats.
And burned Democrats. And the arrangement was really, I think, done by the governor. Brendan Burns' side of the story would be to give John Degnan an honest chance in a primary in the Democratic side. So perhaps, Tony, Bob, you might want to comment a little bit about the politics of the primary and what a difference that made. Two areas. One, how it helped him get elected, but the freedom it gave him when he was governor with reference to the political organizations in the state and the reasons he could keep Bob McKay as the director of the Sports Authority.
I'm really pleased that Carrie brought it up, because he was the prime mover along with Bill Gormley and a number of our friends. But this is a great bridge issue to the next panel. But let's remember back in 1981, Pat Kramer had spent 4 years soliciting the endorsement of Republican county chairmen. As I recall, he had 13 or 14 going in. Would we have won absent that change in the law? I don't know. It certainly would have been much closer, and you can honestly foresee a scenario under which we would not have succeeded. So the change in that law was pivotal to our strategy and to our ultimate success. There were 3 early conventions, and we had, as a campaign strategy, the notion that we needed to disabuse people of the notion that there was an inevitability to Pat Kramer's success. He had all these chairmen. He had former Governor Cahill, he had all these people in his camp. We had to go into the organizational environment of the party nominating conventions and try to deny Pat Kramer. The first three were the largest ones. They were Middlesex, Union, and Ocean. In Middlesex, we won that convention. We did some great grassroots work. We won it narrowly. Union, Bo Sullivan spent a ton of money. And while we didn't like to see anyone other than Tom Kean prevail in Union County, the fact that Kramer now had gone through 2 conventions, had not succeeded, was critical. The cap on our strategy was really Ocean County, where I'll never forget it, Barry Parker making his victory speech, telling everybody how this was going to be his launching pad to be the governor, when actually it was an effort by our campaign and Bo Sullivan's to deny Pat Kramer the opportunity to prevail. So we were able to go through the first 3 large conventions and not allow Kramer to demonstrate organizational strength. And that really began an unraveling. But the key was no county lines, because the governor had legislators in key locations who, without the county line advantage, legislators were able to bring their own sphere of influence to their legislative districts and provide organizational support. I remember going to the governor's house on a lot of occasions. He would bring me shoe boxes full of card files with coffee spills on them. It wasn't a high-tech environment at that point. Nothing was computerized, but the governor did have an extensive network, and absent the county line, those volunteers who were there in '77 and sometimes before that, and a lot of people we worked to recruit, we had great organizations. Thank you, Carrie and Bill Gormley and John Degman's support, and all those folks who changed the rules, because that was the key. Yeah, Harold.
Ken, you want to jump in?
Yeah, I just wanted to pick up on a point. Clearly, the county conventions were extremely important, and I was not clearly the political guy in the campaign. But given how pivotally important the Union Convention was, I will never forget that at that convention, a consultant to the campaign distributed some materials that were not quite correct about one of Tom's opponents in that election. Tom heard about it, demanded that those pamphlets be withdrawn, and issued an apology on the site at the Union County Convention. And given the importance of that thing, I just, it just says something about Tom as a person, as a man, as a candidate, as a governor.
What made the Kean administration successful? The governor, in his opening remarks, stressed how he was bipartisan. I remember when we were covering the administration back in the 80s, we had the sense that this was a somewhat decentralized government, that there was a laissez-faire approach to cabinet officers making policy and speaking to the media. There was the governor's 10 years or thereabouts in the legislature as a foundation. Which of those, or what else made this administration? Or maybe it was just a good economy, I don't know. What was it?
Well, I think, if I can just make a couple of comments, having watched him over those years. One, and I say this often when I introduce him, this was a governor who knew what he wanted to do and where he wanted to go, and knew where New Jersey was in terms of its status as a state. He knew that it was just ready to explode in terms of the kinds of things that could be done. But the key thing for Tom Kean was, one, the selection of the people. He really took the time to get good people. The second thing, he gave them the flexibility. Now, we always put in, if everybody remembers, that every commissioner, and Bob Huey complains to me to this day of who we put into the Department of Environmental Protection, but there was always a Kean person in each of the cabinet, each of the positions, so that they were watching various things. I mean, we weren't asking them to watch commissioners. We just wanted them to be a part of the overall environment and the culture. And there was the key thing, I think, in terms of the people, the ability, The structure in the governor's office worked very effectively. That three-person troika was very, very helpful in that all that information came into that governor's office. In many respects, it came in different channels, but it all came in, and Kean really had good information. People don't remember this, but he never had, until the second term, he never had a Republican legislature. He basically had a Democratic legislature to deal with all the time. So everybody thought through things to the nth degree. I mean, you were not going out, and Bob can speak to it more specifically, but this administration was not going out flippantly with issues. They were analyzing them, thinking about them. A lot of the ideas were brand new. We opened up, and before, when Brendan Byrne was in, I think there were 2 investment banking firms that worked in New Jersey, Merrill Lynch and Goldman Sachs. Tom said, what's wrong with all the rest? We opened that up. Those investment banking firms came into this state in droves with ideas. Feather could talk about this, Ken could talk about, I mean, you couldn't, there were ideas flowing all the time. The point is and bottom line for him, it was the people and the flexibility he had with a strong central information gathering system in the governor's office. And the third thing, he was a communicator. People don't realize the impact of the Reagan years on government. People have to go and look at Reagan and what he did. The State of the States, the State of the Union, bringing people out and highlighting people. Tom did that. And the influence of communications, the fact that he was the great communicator, Tom very much was, in many respects, similar in how effective he was in communicating and how good he was. And Bob can tell you, I mean, because Bob and Carl Golden and Greg, I mean, that communication structure worked exceedingly well. But they had a guy who knew what he wanted to do and how he wanted to do it. And everybody just worked to that comfort level. And once the speech was done, one of the funny stories was the first speech, his acceptance speech. We were driving and we had 3 drafts. Bob wasn't on yet. I needed him then. 3 drafts. The first time I drove in a state trooper car going 100 miles an hour down Atlantic City, in the back seat, going over drafts. No seat belts. But it didn't matter. I said, stop the car. I had to go out. On the middle of the Garden State Parkway at that time, remember, we were doing the speech in the back seat, and I had to leave and relieve myself because backseat driving and trying to edit things. He says, well, maybe we'll finish this in the hotel room. I said, yeah. But he knew what he wanted to say, and he was a good, effective communicator.
Michael, 2 things. One, I would take issue with one of your premises. I don't think it was actually a laissez-faire administration. I think we had a lot of planning and coordination in the governor's office. We met 3 mornings a week. We met extensively on Wednesday mornings to just plan what we're going to talk about, what were the legislative issues, what we were going to stress, what were the communications issues, and frankly, some of the commissioners who were here, they chafed under that a little bit. I mean, we had a rule we tried to enforce, didn't work that well. Anything that was bad news, you can go ahead and announce. Anything that was good news, we'll announce out of the governor's office.
Compared to the governors who came after,
yeah.
Cabinet officers had more autonomy during the Kean years than during subsequent administrations, from my vantage point.
Well, the second thing I would say, just to echo something Tony said, and it's not just communications, but Governor Kean himself was a unique person in terms of being able to use staff because he'd been an operative and then he'd been a legislator. And he knew he was not only the best speechwriter on the staff. I mean, we'd do a speech and he'd be coming up with quotes from Lincoln and all these people that I hadn't thought of, Churchill, and his friend Jamie Humes would be flown in every now and then with some great quotes. But also the best vote counter on the staff. He'd been a legislator. He'd been famously elected, getting a few Democratic votes as Speaker in a prior life.
What an astute. Who would have ever guessed?
So he was the best vote counter on the staff. I mean, he knew how to get that last 1 or 2 votes, even if it was from the other side of the aisle, and could give Kerry or Greg or anybody else some advice in that regard. And lastly, was the best, probably the most knowledgeable policy operative. And we talk about the achievements in education, but Governor Kean, I mean, he was on the steering committee of the Education Commission of the States. He was on the National Assessment of Education Progress, is that what it's called, NAP. He was on all these bodies, so he was sitting there actually driving the intellectual steps, and certainly in education.
He wanted to be a teacher, not a governor, right?
That's right.
He was both.
Yeah, Rick?
I think one of the distinguishing...
Identify yourself and wait for the microphone.
The vote counting is key because success builds upon success. You need that one win in the legislature to get the next win. Sorry.
Hi, I'm Rick Goldstein. I was the Commissioner of Health in that administration. And I think one of the most important elements of that is character and integrity. I think that Governor Kean set a standard just by being himself. He never had to say it. That really, for the newcomers like myself that came into the administration, we clearly got the message of what this was all about. So I think that it starts with integrity and character and purposefulness, and that we all just rallied around to make that happen.
Anybody else?
Can I say one thing?
Governor?
Just a minute, because these people are all terrific. Everything they say, except some of the compliments to me, is probably correct. But but you know, in the middle of all this planning and all this concentration on the 3 E's and everything else, you have a crisis all the time. Every few days, something unexpected hits you. And first year, and Ken Beater may want to talk about it later, but we had terrible budget crises that we had to deal with in the middle of all this, try and put a budget together. We had, I hired Gary Stein and told him, you know, I want you to look long range in policy and planning. What's good for the state in the future? What can we do now? And then I said, by the way, the courts are about to shut the prisons. So in this budget climate, you've got to find a way to build new prisons, even though we don't have the money to do it, because otherwise courts are going to let the prisoners back out on the streets. Midway, I guess, in the first year and a half, walked into my office and said, you know, the bridges that hold some of the highways together are in such bad shape that we may have to close them for safety reasons. And one of them, I think, was the highway going past now the Maryland into New York City, Route 3, and you know what they'll do to the traffic. So we have to find a way, without any money again, to try and do something for the roads and bridges. So I mean, while all the planning was going on, and all these things were right, every few days somebody would walk in with a new crisis, and that crisis had to be dealt with, no matter what the long-range plan was. And that's one of the best things I think some of the cabinet members did and some of the government staff did was basically crisis management.
From a media standpoint, I'm reminded of when dioxin was found in the Passaic River in Newark, and you were up there within an hour or two in a moon suit, I believe, showing us that you were hands-on.
You know, the scary thing about that dioxin crisis was dioxin at that point was the scary material in the country. The Times Beach in Missouri, people were really thought if dioxin was around, they're going to die. And then we find it in the middle of the state's largest city. And when I guess Bob came in and started talking about it, we had a rumor that the Ledger had the story. Now, we weren't ready yet to move because we had to coordinate the health department, environmental protection, and all the other departments of government to deal with this, and the mayor of Newark and everybody else to deal with this crisis in the middle of a population center. And so I called Mort Pye and said, look, you may be coming up with something tomorrow morning, and I think it'd be a very bad thing for the state if the scare headlines are across the front page before we've got all the means to deal with it. And I remember Mort, I tried to roll to Mort what the problem was. He said, you know, we're working on that story. It's not going to be ready for a couple of days. And so, you know, everybody, including, he wasn't going to lose his journalistic integrity. It's his story, and he was going to write it. But he said, it's not quite ready yet. So by the time it was ready, we had our departments ready to knew what we wanted to do about it.
One thing, periodically I would see Tom's briefing books, just because at home he would just leave them out there. And I went to Kerry, and just to give you an idea of the man and how he worked, I told Carrie, I said, Carrie, you know, these briefings, if they get any bigger, I mean, you're going to kill the guy. I said, first of all, he doesn't sleep as it is. I said, you know, Debbie tells me that he, you know, if he gets 3 or 4 hours of sleep, and she learned to sleep with the lights on. So I said, can't you, he said, Tony, come here. So he brings me, the governor had just come in, he brought me back and showed me his briefing book. And the briefing books, you know, he pulled one out. He said, now look through that briefing book. And I looked through the briefing book, and you see comments from Tom on page 50 of something that was read. And you just say to yourself, how the hell does he get through all this stuff? But New Jersey got a governor for 8 solid years. He worked like I have never seen any public official work. If there is a noblesse oblige of the people to give something back, he gave 8 years, and the people were the beneficiaries of a very hard-working governor. We were, in many respects, the students of this teacher. And he was a teacher, and as Bob said, he had that broader perspective, but we all went along, and we added a little bit here and there. But he worked very, very hard as governor, and he was committed to it in a way like I had not seen before, and it was a standard by which I have a hard time dealing with other public officials because I know how hard he worked.
Ken,
I just wanted to...
stand up and identify yourself.
My name is Ken Lefevre. I'm a former power forward for the New Jersey Nets. I think it's important that one of the early defining policies by the administration was the decision that the state needed to be rebranded, that it needed a new identity, and I think Tom used to use the phrase that he was tired of the state being the butt of bad jokes. And it was in the early or mid part of '82 when the idea of coming up with New Jersey and You Perfect Together, as the earlier gentleman spoke about, and how he became the chief salesman for New Jersey, and how over the years that message burned in, and burned in very well, and with the help of a lot of people, and Ming Shu is here today. Coming up here on the turnpike at exits 8A, exit 7A, the landscape is littered with companies that came here, not only domestic companies, but international companies, during those 8 years. And today, you can't call New Jersey a good place to come and do business, but in those days we did, and it worked and people bought it, and thank you for doing that, because it made New Jersey a different place.
I'm glad you pointed that out, because I think the state's image is an important part of the legacy of Tom Kean. I think John Hanson talked about what they accomplished at the Sports Authority in the 80s, and that was a piece of making New Jerseyans feel like they lived in a first-class state. John Weingart.
I'm John Weingart. I was a mid-level environmental bureaucrat during 4 governors' administrations. And in answer to your question, Michael, it was more fun during the Kean years to work in government. And it was, part of it was there was more money, but more of it, I think, was that you had a sense of the general direction of where the administration was going, and then you had the freedom to go that way, and to make decisions, and to make plans, and to know that, and I was on occasion overruled, but it was after a clear discussion where I felt like I got to say my piece and say why I thought what I thought, and then have a discussion and then be overruled. So it was a time when, and I'm a Democrat, and I, as a result, spent 3 years as the acting director of the Division of Coastal Resources, and went through 2 boxes of business cards that said acting director. But there was no sense of partisanship in that. And I remember one executive staff meeting shortly after an election, it must have been '87, when the Kean person who was referred to before, who was in the administration, in the Department of Environmental Protection, at the start of the meeting, everyone sat down and said, well, how did we do yesterday? And everyone sort of looked around and said, who's we? She meant the Republican Party, but there weren't a lot of them in the room at that moment. But it was fun to be in government, and it was easy to say to people, come work in government because you're going to do something meaningful and it's going to be enjoyable. And there were nice people, and that was something about the people in the Kean administration. There were, when you just met with people in the governor's office, there was a nicer, friendly atmosphere.
When did you serve on that waste site? Site? that during the Kean?
No, that was during the Whitman administration.
During the Whitman administration. What was the title of your book again?
My book was Waste is a Terrible Thing to Mind. I'll put copies out there.
Michael, I just want to point to something that was not around in 1981 through 1989. There was no politicsnj.com website. There was no bluejersey.com website. There was not the proliferation of cable news and localized news channels. There was no YouTube. It has transformed the ability of people to work together in a very negative way, in my judgment. What we could do in the Kean era, I think if you talk to the Senate Republican leader today, he would tell you that that is just not the framework of how we conduct our political discourse, and it makes it more difficult for people to act outside of others' expectations of how they ought to act. And you get slammed down and discouraged from working across party aisles. There are some very good things about improving and the volume of political discourse, but it has also had a very detrimental effect. And I don't think this discussion could be taking place about an administration, any administration that was serving today, because of the constraints it acted on.
Tony, and we have about 2 minutes left.
Yeah, basically, just to point the significance of that in that environment, and also the candidate in a campaign. During that campaign in 1981, Tom Kean got 15 out of 18 endorsements by the newspapers. There were that many daily newspapers in the state. 15 out of 18 endorsements for the governorship. That was all him, because we had to drag him out of those editorial board meetings. It was just, and Bobby could tell, I mean, you tell him to stop answering questions. I mean, just literally drag him out. Do you have anything more? No, Tom, let's go. But I mean, it was the personal effort by him, his commitment, and also his sensitivity. I mean, if Carl Golden were here, he would tell you how this is a man who understood the media, and Bob knows that too, understood the media, understood the importance of it at that particular time. It's going to be, as Bob said, it's a completely different environment today. I mean, we see the media, the papers in particular. There isn't the series of writers that you have on the subject areas like education, environment. You don't have that. And you have to literally, how one man raised $750 million, John, I mean, that's pretty good, for President of the United States is just beyond my, I don't even know how you do that. And how he did that and was able to defeat an incumbent Democratic, someone who should have been the candidate, is beyond anything I've ever seen. It goes to show you the difference in politics from when we were there to what it is now.
Bob, you wanted to jump in?
I just want to say one thing about that, though, Michael, because I think even with the proliferation of highly partisan websites and highly partisan nonprofit or political organizations, I still think it is possible. And I think if you look, I've spent the last decade or so in California, and in the last 2 cycles very involved, chaired part of Governor Schwarzenegger's initial campaign and served on his transition team, worked on his re-election. And if anything, the politics in California is more poisonous than it is here. I mean, you go up to Sacramento, the legislators hate each other. But Governor Schwarzenegger in 2006, like Governor Kean in 1985, won a gigantic re-election. It wasn't even close. Won by, in his case, 65-35. And we won 70-30, so better margin. But the formula was the same, and regardless of what the people on the extremes are doing, and they're motivated, and a lot of people in the legislature with redistricting, creating safe seats in general elections, are trying to win primaries. But if you are running for a statewide office, or for that matter a national office, if you look at that formula, and the formula that Governor Kean had, which was to be very conservative on taxes and spending, and we cut, those that were doing the math on the way out here, $1 billion worth of taxes a year. That was back when $1 billion was a lot of money, before the federal government was putting out money at $1 trillion to throw. But anyway, very conservative on crime, but very progressive, as Bob and John mentioned, on environmental protection and on education. and happened to be pro-choice. And that's exactly the formula of Governor Schwarzenegger in California, where he remains pretty popular. And the truth is, I actually believe the majority of New Jerseyans are, conservative on economics and moderate on social issues and the environment and things like that. The majority of Californians are, and I would just state the majority of Americans are. The politicians just have to figure out how to get there. And the Democrats have a sort of Pavlovian response to spending and taxes, and Republicans get in trouble on some of the other issues on the social and environmental. But there is a middle, and the polling.
Welcome back, everyone. We want to move into the next session because if you thought, and a number of people have come up during the break and agreed with me that it was a magnificent morning and magnificent opening. If you thought that was good, you've got to give us time to do the next one or the next one because they're all at that level. The moment that President McCormick, our president here at the State University, Rutgers University, learned about this program, he was eager to join us, even if his jam-packed schedule, and I can tell you it is jam-packed today, including several major events, kept him from spending the entire day with us, but he wanted to be here. After all, this colloquium includes several things that he loves: history, politics, education, and a chance to recognize someone who has been a great supporter of Rutgers for many years. This moment also allows me to thank the President for his firm and continuing support of the Rutgers program on the Governor, for which we're very grateful. It's my honor to present the 19th President of Rutgers, the State University of New Jersey, Richard L. McCormick.
Thank you, Ruth. I appreciate this opportunity to stand up on this raised platform. It would be helpful to me if I could always do that. Good morning, and I want to express my appreciation to Governor Kean and to everyone who is here. It is comforting to have Governor Kean at Eagleton. A former university president and a former governor, he has the best understanding of both the politics of government and the politics of academia. And on some days it may be hard to say which is the bloodier sport. On that note, Governor, let me thank you for your recent statements about the need to make higher education a priority in New Jersey and to see it as an investment in creating opportunity and jobs. These statements made recently by Governor Kean are, of course, entirely consistent with his record as governor, a record of unwavering support for colleges and universities during his service to our state. We saw that leadership in the high technology bond issue and the establishment of centers for excellence such as the Center for Advanced Biotechnology and Medicine and the Environmental and Occupational Health Sciences Institute, both operated jointly by Rutgers and UMDNJ. We saw that support in his transformative challenge grants, which put our institutions on a pathway to distinction. Here at Rutgers, we saw it in his strong, close relationship with Ed Blaustein, President Ed Blaustein, and in the funds he allocated to help Rutgers and others attract world-class faculty. Tom Kean always showed support for students and financial aid, beginning with the Educational Opportunity Fund program that he invented and championed before he was governor, indeed in his very earliest days in Trenton. In all these actions and more, Governor Kean sent a clear message that our colleges and universities are great assets for New Jersey and were essential to opportunity and economic development, a perspective that has been too often missing in the years since he was governor. Coming into the middle of this event, I know that you've already heard a lot about the Rutgers program on the Governor. This initiative, which is the only academic center of its kind in the nation to focus on the office of the Governor, builds on existing Rutgers strengths, of which I'm proud, both here at Eagleton and in related fields such as political science and public policy. So many in this room, beginning with Tony, where is Tony, have done so much to build this program and in bringing us to this day, and I thank all of you very much. We couldn't be prouder to be launching the program for the Governor here at Rutgers. And it's fitting that Tom Kean joins with Brendan Byrne, his partner on the tennis court and on the printed page, in launching the new program. And let me echo Ruth Mandel's earlier wishes to Governor Byrne for a speedy convalescence. With your help, the Rutgers program on the governor will promote both scholarship and public understanding of how governors do their jobs and make decisions. We pledge to the governor and to those of you who have been associated with him that Rutgers will be a careful steward of the Kean legacy. We'll work with the governor to develop an agenda that, while giving proper recognition to the past, clearly looks to the future. This project will be a platform for exploring what's happening now to shape public policy in the 50 states. It will allow Governor Kean to continue his passion for teaching by developing and hosting conferences and other forums. Like me, Governor Kean is a former history teacher. There the comparison ends, however, because he has, of course, made his own distinguished contributions to the history of the state and the nation. In doing so, he's added to a proud Kean family tradition of service and accomplishment. The Kean family's history in America has tracked that of the nation, with ancestors who signed the Declaration of Independence, negotiated the Louisiana Purchase from France, and hosted Theodore Roosevelt and his Rough Riders before they shipped off to Cuba. All this in addition to the statesmen, judges, and entrepreneurs in the family's long line of leaders. Most important is the Kean legacy is standing up for what's right and just for all, particularly for those lacking in influence or wealth. The governor's father was one of the few in Congress to press for more aggressive efforts to halt the Holocaust and to expand Social Security to cover more Americans. Tom Kean himself, after the civil unrest of the 1960s, fought to expand access to college by establishing, as I already mentioned, the EOF program in his first term as Assemblyman. He championed social programs for the disadvantaged in the legislature and again as governor. And most recently, the nation has watched him steer the 9/11 Commission on a bipartisan course to disclose the mistakes that were made and to propose new reforms in a much admired report. Governor Kean is a political marvel and a national treasure. On behalf of Rutgers, I'm very pleased to be here today to welcome him and all of you as we commence this important and exciting project. Thank you.
Thank you, President McCormick. We appreciate that very much. We're going to move to the next panel now, and as with the last one, I'm only going to make a couple of comments about the moderator. But I know we've been joined by several people who weren't here when I did the opening business, and so I want to remind you and explain that the reason it's not that we're trying to be annoying. The reason that it's important to wait for the microphone and to speak your name is you may think you're here just to have an exciting and important day, but in fact you're here because you're all on a movie set. We are recording this for the archive, this event, and it is absolutely necessary for us to have you identify yourself and also be heard as you stand and speak to essentially the film, not just to those of us in the room. So with apologies for the awkwardness of that, but to emphasize the importance of it, I appreciate it at the end when you ask questions and make comments if you wait for the microphone. Our next moderator is a dear colleague here at Eagleton and Rutgers, Alan Rosenthal, who is a professor of public policy and political science and indeed the former director of the Eagleton Institute of Politics for many years. He is widely acknowledged as one of a very small handful of top national experts on the subject of state legislatures. Now, he has begun taking up the study of executive leadership in the states. We've had an important influence on him, and this program on the governor has been so exciting in its early stages of development that Alan has moved over and is now working on a book about governors, and we're very, very, very pleased about that. It makes him the perfect person to lead a discussion of the relationship between the governor and the legislature. It's my pleasure to present Alan Rosenthal.
Where's the pen? Isn't there a panel on this part of the program?
He told you, it's just
It's
you.
just me. Well, fortunately, I've written out an hour and a half speech. There is a panel. There is a panel. There is a panel. Well, I'll tell you, it's very difficult to follow and act as moderator, to follow Michael Aaron. I'm a university professor, and Michael Aaron is in show business. So I want you to bear with me. I will be very dry and dull. I thought Michael Aaron's first question for the panel, his only question because the panel then went on for about an hour, but his first question was, what did you do for Governor Kean? I thought that was a good question, and it really reminded me that I did something for Governor Kean, and I'm not sure I've been properly acknowledged for it, and it's not too late, I want you all to know. I have not stooped, but it has come back to me. At the beginning of Governor Kean's administration, we at Eagleton learned through our sources in Trenton that Governor Kean had a bad back, and he had just come off a back operation, and he needed to stand up while doing his work. And we had a podium at Eagleton, a little higher than this, and we sent it down to Trenton, delivered it to Governor Kean, and I am told, I didn't monitor this, that he did use it for much of his administration, standing up in his office doing his work, because it was much easier than sitting down with his back problem.
That was your podium?
That was just as I thought. Now, we never got that podium back. Furthermore, I don't think that Governor Kean ever declared it as a gift. And you didn't even acknowledge that you borrowed it, like other politicians I know who have borrowed gifts. But
my staff took credit for getting it.
Good, that's what his staff should do.
Then he returned it.
No, as a matter of fact, no. And I had used that podium in class for my lectures. And that, if there's any moment in my career when I started to go downhill, that's the moment when I no longer had the podium, no longer could see my notes, and the lectures, which were never very good, deteriorated further. Well, let's move on. I don't think this is an appropriate occasion to settle old scores. This is a panel on the governor and the New Jersey legislature. And from the little I know about legislatures and governors, from my work on legislatures, is that the governor normally in New Jersey and in most other states has the upper hand if the governor chooses to raise his arm. An advantage, yes, governors have an advantage, but by no means is it a slam dunk for any governor working with any legislature. Making policy and making budgets when people, including, I refer to legislators as people as well, when legislators and people disagree about what ought to be law and how much should be spent, on whom and by whom, it's quite a difficult job. Well, Kean and the legislature worked together and apart for 8 years, 4 with Republicans controlling both houses, and 4 with Republicans controlling the Assembly and Democrats controlling the Senate. Now, our panelists were all part of the policy and budget-making process at the time. You know them, of course. It's not necessary. I'll just sort of mention them. Carrie Edwards, who was a legislator at the beginning of the Kean administration, a legislative leader. He went over to the dark side to serve in the executive. I mean, we in the legislative business refer to the executive as the dark side. There's a light side. The Kean administration offered him the opportunity, first as chief counsel to the governor and then as attorney general, to continue working with and on the legislature. Donald D. Francesco. Despite his service in the Assembly, in the Senate, as president of the Senate and as acting governor, I remember Donnie D., as he is known to so many people, as the sponsor of a bill to change the name of Rutgers to the University of New Jersey. I will never forget that.
Neither will I.
After all, Rutgers could never have built a football powerhouse as the University of New Jersey, only as Rutgers. John Paul Doyle. Few other members of the New Jersey legislature had as tough a district to win as did John Paul Doyle. Indeed, he had a huge bullseye painted on his back. I think it's a testament to something that he managed to win 9 elections. But look at how punchy he still looks after almost 20 years out of the legislature. Jim Hurley, 22 years in the legislature, 14 in the Assembly and 8 in the Senate as minority leader and majority leader. A champion of South Jersey during a period when South Jersey saw itself as a vassal region. Since then, and perhaps due in part to Hurley's efforts, South Jersey has come into its own in the legislature. It is North Jersey that may be the vassal region now. And finally, Lisa Randall, starting out as an assistant counsel and deputy attorney general during Governor Kean's administration. She went from the dark side to the light side when she ran for the Assembly in 1985. Incidentally, it's called the light side because people in the legislature, unlike those in the executive, have so much fun. But Lisa Randall went back to the other side, serving then in the Whitman administration. So we'll have a conversation with these 5 panelists, and I'll begin by throwing out a question or two and then sort of opening it up for comments, for questions, for challenge, or for attack at each of them. The first question is simple. What were the toughest obstacles that Governor Kean faced in the legislature during his 8 years as governor? And how did he try to overcome them? And how effective was he in overcoming them? Anyone start? Anybody?
Well, Jim Hurley, the toughest obstacle was first and last. Toughest obstacle was the fact that when he came into office, we were in a national recession. We had a very difficult time, and we needed revenue to balance the budget. That didn't change a whole lot, perhaps, but that issue remained paramount and was a very huge obstacle because the legislature was in the control of the opposition party. And the opposition party had its own idea on how to raise revenue. And the governor and his staff and those of us in the legislature of the same party had our idea. And so it took the governor's talent to compromise and reconcile the differences between the 2 parties and between the 2 houses. That, I think, was the toughest obstacle, in my opinion, he faced. Was a fiscal one, a budgetary one, and all precipitated by what was happening at the national level, the Iranian crisis, national recession. Of course, it was nothing like the recession of today, perhaps, but it was a national recession.
Yeah.
I'm shocked
Senator.
Carrie Edwards is not speaking.
Why do you think I spoke first?
Jim and I thought we were just going to chime in every once in a while. But certainly I agree with Jim about everything he said. But let me add, I was the Senate minority leader in the first 3 years of the Kean administration and then in the state Senate for the balance. And we were in the minority. Now let me give you a little history thing here. Tom was governor with Democratic majorities in both houses for 4 years. it was that decade where we didn't, unfortunately, the Senate didn't run with the governor. So, of course, in 1985, when he was very popular and we won overwhelmingly, we weren't on the ballot. So the Assembly then switched back to Republican control for the next 4 years. Chuck Hardwick was the Speaker for those 4 years. So we languished in the Senate, in the minority. But I think, given the slight margin of, I'm going to add to what Jim said, the slight margin of victory and the, everything that surrounded that recount and everything, Tom had to, and now with a Democratic Senate and Assembly, he had to establish credibility with the legislative leaders in the other party, and he had to establish a working relationship with them, and that during that first year, that was very difficult. So I thought that was the major challenge, given the small majority that he had as the elected governor, and then having to deal with, unfortunately it's not here, Alan in the Assembly, and Alan Karcher, that is, and then Carmen was Senate President for the first 4 years, and John Russo was Senate President for the next 4. But during that first year, I thought it was very difficult to get going. We had to wait for hearings with respect to the cabinet because of the recount. So it was hard to get started during that first several months. And I thought that was a major obstacle to immediately getting in there and getting work done. In the first few months, we were kind of languishing because he had to develop this relationship, which he eventually obviously did. And he had a really great relationship with the legislative leaders on the Democratic side, except for Alan Karcher. But,
except for the Speaker of the Assembly.
That was a whole different scenario. I mean, that's a whole discussion in of itself, and I guess you'll get to that. But I thought that beginning of that 82 year was very difficult.
John Paul, if you,
I guess
you were there.
I think that's the bridge to speaking about that first year. I kept a diary for the first 3 months, and I went back and looked at it, and we were very preoccupied in the legislature. We had just come through a very difficult speaker battle between Chris Jackman, beloved by both sides, Alan Karcher, obviously younger, feistier, a lawyer. And so we had some sorting out to do. Jim is absolutely right. The economy was extraordinarily difficult. So the question becomes, given all of that, how did the governor, and to some degree with, and sometimes without the legislature, get through it? I think a few things, and particularly reading the diary, I got a sense of that a little bit better. But too often when you look at a diary, it's a day-by-day thing. You have to look at the bigger picture as we are today. I think one of the things is, despite the margin of victory, the governor was the governor from the beginning. He didn't govern with the sense of diminished responsibility or executive power. And I think that was exceedingly important to be strong. I know that we tried, because of the budgetary process, I put in a 3-bill package that might be seen as infringing on the governor's powers to have budget transfers of $200,000, what a minimal sum. Now have to come back to legislative financial arm for approval, as well as certain other information that would have had to have been gotten. That often was done by way of policy, but we wanted to, and maybe it was a little tweak to put it in the law.
There was a lot of tweaking, I thought.
You will get recognized. We're talking about when we were in the majority now. And the governor did the right thing as the chief executive. He vetoed it. On the other hand, there were some other housekeeping things we could do to help, and I think they get lost in the shuffle. We had to delay the budget message. The Senate confirmation process was a little bit put on the shelf because Senator Russo, as chair of the Judiciary Committee, my running mate, went on a skiing trip, and he got a lot of abuse for that. That's right. But ultimately, I think we got through those first few months. Then we got to the budget battle, and the governor was for a gas tax, and Alan wasn't. Alan was for something else, and the governor wasn't. When the governor ran a little bit to the left, Alan found his right side. When the governor ran to the right, Alan found the left side. But ultimately, what happened was, despite the threats of taking away gross receipts, especially from towns like Sayreville, which showed to me the chief executive's strength and Tom's willingness to go toe-to-toe. And people say that one of his weaknesses is he didn't have the killer instinct. I think he showed that appropriately with the Velvet Glove when necessary. I think the critical thing that was done by accident that helped to make the whole rest of his administration was the New Year's Eve tax package. He said he signed it holding his nose, I think was a quote, Governor.
I remember that.
But I was a conservative Democrat. I voted against both of them. I think some of my Republican colleagues on this voted for it. But that gave the governor and the state enough money to invest in the kinds of things that the governor did during the first administration that allowed, in my judgment, his overwhelming victory in the second administration, 1985. So I think by happenstance and with the agreement of people like Christy Jackson, who the governor and Hudson County have always had an affinity, as we know, we're able to get the taxes back. So the governor learned when you need to lead, when you need to step back and let it sort itself out, he did. But that was his, I think, individual skills more than a legislative battle.
Carrie, you were chief counsel, so you had to deal with the legislature. How did it look to you, and how did the speaker and his positioning look to you?
Well, I was going to say what was the biggest problem Tom King faced with the legislature was Alan Clark.
Yeah.
And I say that with a level of affection that I think the governor would echo. There was an adversarial world. Alan loved to fight. He'd fight about anything. He'd fight about the color of this table if he wanted to. He was a trial lawyer. He just loved to argue and fight. He also changed his personality about every 6 months. Alan would go on these crusades. I remember one time he came back, it was about the third year, and he came back, he had just been on a trip to the Mediterranean. And he had been to the Greek Isles, he had been to Israel, he had been to Egypt, and he came to my office, and he had a beard, he had sandals on, shorts, and tattered shirt, and he said, "Carrie, I'm a new man. I'm a new man. I've got to speak to the governor. You've got to get me an appointment with him. No more of this arguing and fighting." Well, I had seen Alan quit smoking. I had seen him go to yogas. I had seen him become all kinds of people in my years, both in legislature now. So I said, okay. So I set him up. He came to see Don Esty, laying back. "No, we're not going to fight anymore. We're going to be friends. I've come to understand that we all have the interest of New Jersey at heart. It's more important than winning or losing." So we went on for about, I guess it was about 2 or 3 months. This is about the third year. And and I don't remember the bill, but all of a sudden he got up from the speaker's platform, went from the speaker's platform down to the floor because he wanted to argue, ripped us apart. I mean, for about 15 or 20 minutes, just cleaned our clock about everything in the world. I was standing in the back of the assembly at the time. When he finished, I went to the back, I talked to him, the speaker. I said, "Alan, what happened to New Alan?" He said, "I couldn't help myself." I couldn't help myself. That tells the story about Alan that you have to know him to really appreciate it and have lived with him. But he did care desperately about New Jersey. We had incredible success as an administration. We had 450 bills targeted in the first 4 years of the administration. We passed 430 of them. 2 of them, one was college autonomy and civil service, got passed at the beginning of the next term. Why did that happen? How did that happen? It happened because, well, it's my opinion, you heard a lot about in the first panel about this. There's an openness to Tom Kean. There's a I don't want to say a lack of ego because that's not really it, but there's an ability to allow other people to stand in the center of the stage, not just Tom Kean standing in the center of the stage. With legislators, that's a very important thing. To allow the legislature to participate, and legislators personally participate, to understand the legislative mind and how it works, you had to have been there 10 years. He was there 10 years. He understood it. He understood how important it was for them to champion a bill or an issue. And he had no problem giving them all the credit in the world, whether it was a Republican or a Democrat. And I felt very sorry for the Republicans in that process. Donnie knows from the years of I don't think they let me in the conference for about 2 years in a row in the Republican
They
conference.
sent Jane.
Yeah, Jane did, yes, let Jane in. And they let Wayne in, I think, yes. But it was a faith in the system. He understood them. He understood that process much better than he understood being an executive and running the administration. Probably the thing he was most prepared to do was to deal with the legislature. And it was my responsibility to try to implement all that, and I thought I understood the legislature also. I was kidding Bill Schroeder earlier. I got out of law school, went to work for a law firm, and the partner in the firm was Pete Thomas, who's a state senator. And I got appointed, I volunteered, but I got appointed to be his aide. So I spent 2 years sitting on the floor of the Senate from 1971 through 73, in between Bill Schluter and Pete Thomas, watching the legislative system work. I then got elected to the legislature thanks to Tom. He lost the election in 77, and he had dragged me into as the person on the ticket since I was supporting him, and I won. So now I'm there for 4 years. I picked up all this experience, and so when we went about dealing with legislative issues and legislative matters, I think we were more prepared to deal with that than we were with George Albanese in Human Services, as the case may be. And by the way, George Albanese was a terrific commissioner. George was an administrator. That was an impossible office. I don't want to say anybody's not running as well, but because we had Drew Altman, and we had who came in the second term, who really was the father of welfare reform in this country, not just in New Jersey, but George knew. He just knew how to run the office, but Tom didn't. Tom's executive skills, in my opinion, matured through that first and second year. And he learned that the skills, I think, that he used in the legislature worked very well in the executive branch because it was all public policy, and we were all the same kind of people. And he was very willing to delegate responsibility and say, I have a problem, whether it's the budget problem, whether it's was the State Planning Commission Act, or it was fair housing, or it was right to know, or whatever the legislation were that we were dealing with at the time. He trusted legislators and allowed them to take center stage individually. I'm not talking about parties, individually on behalf of things they were passionate about. And therefore, we always had a champion in the legislature for every bill we were trying to push because somebody really supported it. And he absolutely understood how to do that. And we had a great staff of assistant counsel, Jane Kelly sitting over there. Lisa was part of that originally, who in a Democratic legislature was a difficult thing. One more piece of context that all this needs to fit in. That era was an era in which the legislators were controlling the legislature, not party leaders and people outside the legislature. The legislators had spent the Brendan Byrne years fighting for independence, and Tom was part of that fight. He understood that fight. He knew that it was their world, and it was their domain, and they were an equal branch of government and had a right to stand there and have an opinion as a group. They did have an opinion, individually and as a group, and had fought for it for at least 10 or 15 years since One Man, One Vote in 1968, and had gained a great deal of respect for that. And so their ability and fight to stand on their own and his understanding of that process melded perfectly with their desire to deal with the issues. And the last piece that we had to do was establish credibility, which was the easiest thing to do. We never made a deal. There was never a quid pro quo for anything that happened in that process. Wait a minute. Wait a minute.
You just didn't know about it.
You didn't get the punchline. There was no quid pro quo for that act. But that act paid for handsomely about 3 or 4 times later on in the process as we move forward. But there was no direct trading of something very specific for a piece of legislation. There were people that we knew had helped us in the past who were perfectly willing to help them in the future with issues that were important to them. So there was a trust, I think, built up among legislators with the governor and the administration that carried forward for all of those years. And his capacity to allow them their own moments in the sun, I think, was the reason why we were so successful. So I don't know if the Democratic legislature was his biggest problem.
I don't know that it was either. Let me just put, I think we have a tendency in this American Idol era of wanting to have winners and losers. And who won, Tom Kean or Alan Karcher, and who lost? Having spoken to a former state senator who knew her father very well, and telling her that question, she said, why is it expressed in winners or losers? They both served well, and they both were passionate about what they did, and they both accomplished. Isn't that what it's all about? Probably not today, but in a long reach of history, looking back, I think it is. And Carrie did that just now magnificently. I think the 70s are important to look at to establish the context of the 80s. When Brendan Byrne sought to pass the income tax, he failed and he backed off. And then the legislature took it on. And I remember as a conference chairman having the minority leader, then Governor Kean, come into our caucus, and he was one of the 5, of course, who voted for the first tax package. We did things in a collegial way, and we got it done. And Governor Byrne backed off as we passed the educational funding and tax package of '76. So we brought that mentality into the 80s, and Alan Karcher brought that mentality into the 80s. And he had very strong, passionate thoughts about property tax reform, which Governor Kean had fought for under Cahill, under Byrne, and in his own administration. So I don't see it as winners and losers. How did they deal? How did they accomplish? How did the job get done? That's appropriate to look at. And I think if Alan were here, he would look at the whole of the body of Governor Kean's administration, including more money in the budget, an income tax, a sales tax increase, favoring the cities. I read your 8 inaugural, excuse me, there's a 2-term limit, your 8 State of the State speeches, and I was struck by everyone talked about the cities. 3 of them quoted John F. Kennedy. It was, I think Alan, if he were here, he'd say, you know, I think I won, because when you look at it, Tom Kean had a record that would make any moderate to liberal Democratic governor proud.
Can I ask Lisa Randall to chime in? You've had, you had the administrative experience in the counsel's office to begin with, and then the legislative experience. So in reflection, how do you see the Kean administration working with the legislature?
Well, clearly I was the beneficiary, as were many others, of the fantastic victory in 1985. When I remember arriving, and I had actually run in a special election, long abolished, in March of 1985, but of course in November of '85, we were also delighted we were going to take control of the assembly. In fact, I remember we had, I think, 4 assembly members from Hudson County who had never seen the inside of the State House, who were delighted to have won as a result of having enjoyed the coattail effect, if you will. And I remember when they got into the caucus, by the way, they said, gee, we're going to try and enjoy this experience because we think by '87 we're going to be gone. And they were. They were. But clearly, whatever was done in the first term, when I was not there, was so successful because of the track record in the amazing 1985 win. And I think someone used the word collegiality. We've heard the words integrity. It comes down, Governor, to your leadership style and the fact that if you had a proposal that you put before the legislature, or if Carrie Edwards was going to carry a message on behalf of the governor and speak to legislators, everyone knew that that proposal was sound, and agree or disagree, there was integrity in everything that was done. I was talking to a former state senator who was there for 8 years of the Kean administration, and he talked about the competent inner circle, which was an extension of yourself and your leadership style. And so many of that competent inner circle is here today. There was just credibility in everything that the governor did in interacting and interfacing with the legislature, and that's why he was so successful.
Can I say one thing?
Yes, sure.
Just to add.
Do you want to identify yourself?
What? Go on.
I said, do you want to identify yourself?
His voice doesn't.
Yes,
those 10 years in the legislature were very, very helpful, but helpful in a way that hadn't really been brought up. Perhaps it was part of a different time, perhaps it's me, but I had a tremendous number of personal friends on both sides of the aisle who were still in the legislature when I became governor. And they were the people not only I'd worked with, but I'd done with. People whose families, Donnie and I, because our family's been friends forever, and we were friends and all that, but on the Democratic side as well. Chris Jackman's been a friend of mine forever. And we trusted each other and knew each other. If I said something, they believed me. I've always pitied, frankly, governors who have not had some legislative experience, who don't have, one, the understanding of the legislature, but two, the friends. And a lot of my friends had moved up to the Senate by that time. And so I probably had more friends and supporters in the Senate than the Democratic Party in the beginning, probably in the Assembly, because so many of them voted between the Assembly. But the idea of, I don't know if it's possible, I hope it is, but the idea of personal friendships, forgetting what you believe for parties, personal friendships extended to your own families can be a base for a lot of trust and a lot of accomplishments and a lot of lasting friendships. And that benefited me a great deal, just as much as learning about the legislature and Kerry was the personal friendships that continued to exist when I was governor. And the fact that, Colin Recchio and I have been, Recchio family and I have been friends, and sometimes rivals, and mostly friends from Essex County forever. And he was there as I've known Colin for 20 years.
Do those kinds of friendships exist today, do you think?
I'd have to ask somebody else to have to answer that. I hope they do.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I want to speak to this believability topic because Governor Kean and I were sworn in the same day in January 1968. And so we became friends. We became friends not just there on the floor, but we came outside the State House. We became friends to the point where we met in a clandestine meeting one Sunday at Tom's father's house to plot the next leadership in the Assembly. I can't remember the year. That's what happens to you when you're sworn in 1968. But there were 10 Republican, there were 10 Republican assemblymen from Bergen County and 10 Republican assemblymen from Essex County. And what they needed was somebody from the rest of the state, and that's where I came in. The South, I was designated to represent South Jersey, but we met and we plotted where we would go from there. And it wasn't to make Tom Kean the speaker at that time. It was a matter of he was going to be in leadership, but not at that particular moment. And it was a really fascinating process to be part of. But we became friends, and we remained friends to the point where the Transportation Trust Fund, for example, and Tom's friendship, in my opinion, enabled us to get Route 55 built in South Jersey. There was not a whole lot of justification in some circles of the state to say we should have this highway. But because Tom Kean was a friend and he knew something about the territory, the entire state of New Jersey, then he came on board and he said, I will build that highway. And the same thing held true later in my career when he appointed me to the Casino Control Commission. And positively it was done because of his friendship for me and my friendship for him, that he appointed me to that post, which was a very, very wonderful experience.
Context matters a little bit. I don't think it would be the same today. I think the context of the 1970s and 1980s, as I said before, legislators are much more independent. Who they were and who your relationship, Tom's absolutely right. The friendships that I have and he has then are still my relationships today. I have those same friendships. I had a great relationship with John. I mean, John and I talked on the phone ever since then, and I wouldn't hesitate to call him today about anything, and I would trust him. John the same way. There was another phenomenon going on in the state at that point in time, which Jim just reminded me of with Route 55. The year Tom got elected, there was a question on the ballot in the 8 South Jersey counties to secede from the state. There was a separation between North Jersey and South Jersey that was more than palpable. I mean, there was an anger in South Jersey that was immeasurable. I think it passed like 70–80% in every county, all 8 counties to secede. And I remember Tom, one of the first things we discussed, and he told me was, when we're going through this legislative process, we have to be sure that we have balance as a priority between South Jersey and North Jersey. And there are things going on in South Jersey needs to be recognized. And he did that throughout the whole administration. The departments, we opened the South Jersey Governor's Office. There was a whole bunch of things that happened in that era. But when somebody like Jim Hurley comes to him and says, he was one of the leaders of South Jersey at the time, and there's no question about that. You got a problem on Route 55, Tom believed him. He knew about Route 55, but he believed them because he had the relationship. And there was an independence of the legislators at that point in time, and there were no, in very few, some minor instances, counties or people behind the scenes controlling legislators. Today, I don't know that that's the case. So many of the legislators are elected not as a result of their own efforts, but as a result of money and efforts of a party organization. And that destroys those kinds of relationships and the quality of the capacity of people to act independently, each for their own and each for their party, but also for the entire state. And I found that the legislators in the late 70s and 80s were deeply committed as individuals to the state of New Jersey, to their districts, and to the people of New Jersey. And they felt very proud of their own skill in getting themselves elected and their right to make public policy decisions. We happen to have an administration and a governor who felt exactly the same way. And so it was not hard to arrive at compromise on every major issue to solve the problem that the people of New Jersey were facing because we had good leadership. The last piece of that was Tom never debated Alan Karcher personally. Somebody else did that, usually me. I spent more nights at conferences in Atlantic City or breakfasts or luncheons with Alan and I on the same podium that we became very good friends.
He knew you were the only one who out talking.
You said, I'm going to interrupt you, I think, end you. You said, is it the same way today? I think probably everybody on this panel has spoken to a legislator and said, it's not the way it was when you were down here. And they say it always with a touch of sadness. What happened as we got into the Karcher...
What's in the 90s, too.
Well, you're young. The Karcher and Hardwick his campaigns got Trentonized. When I first ran and won in '73, we raised our own money. We ran our own campaign. We hired our own consultants. Now that's all done through Trenton. So the legislator loses his individuality to some degree and becomes, I don't want to say hostage, that might be too strong a word, but somewhat captivated by the money, the organization, and the state. And so you don't have the opportunity to use Governor Kean's extraordinary personal skills and friendships to go to individual legislators. And you know, we can all tell the anecdotes. I think of in the 1981 campaign, there was some event at the Beacon Manor Hotel in Point Pleasant Beach. We're so old, not only don't they have the events, that hotel doesn't even exist anymore. And about 11:30, who walks in? But Tom Kean. He hit every spot in that campaign. And if he didn't, obviously 1,700 votes, we know that what it would have meant. But I heard Tony Chickatell saying he's tireless. And he was everywhere, and he knew everybody. And again, to go back to the diary and the State of the State speeches. There was a discussion that he had with Carmen Orecchio, and the Senate President was asked, well, what did you talk about? He said, oh, we're just two guys from Essex County talking. And the governor bridged both in his private life and his discussions with legislators and his public policy the differences between Livingston and Newark and represented both. That's a skill that comes from, we can talk about institutions like the chief executive, like the legislature, but at the foundation of it, particularly when you're the chief executive, is who is that individual? What is that human being all about? There's the line in Moonstruck, where somebody said to Olympia Dukakis's character, everybody's running around on everybody's, what about you? And she says, I know who I am. Tom Kean always knew who he was.
Let me just mention it. It seems to me that period was a very critical period and really a major change in the politics of the United States, around the country as well as in New Jersey. Alan Karcher, as I saw it, was really trying to set up a government in exile from the speakership position.
We had a majority. We weren't in exile.
But it was still in Karcher.
The majority elected by a greater number than the chief executive.
But Karcher was creating the wherewithal to offer a different program. That was when the partisan staffs in the legislature expanded fourfold,
yes,
and had never gone really back. And partisan staff, when you hire partisan staff, their job is to stress partisan issues. That's just the nature of the beast. So that was one thing that was going on. I think a second thing that was going on, and that, you know, had started, but I think that Hardwick, you know, was a master at this, is that the legislative party and the legislative leadership took responsibility for campaigns. Campaigns had been run outside the legislature previously, in the districts and the counties by the candidates, and now they were started to be run from within the legislature. And everything that happened in the legislature soon became part of the campaign. The governing and campaigning became more fused. This has happened all across the country, and this is one reason why, you know, things have changed, and it's much more difficult, you know, to kind of get that kind of bipartisan. When you're being targeted by somebody on the other side of the aisle, it's different than when you're being targeted by somebody who is more remote. Yeah, Don.
Alan, in the 70s, you know, when I got there in the 70s, they had, and the Democrats were in the majority at that point. There was this huge trend, as you noted, actually in the beginning, to open public meetings. Tom was in the legislature then, open public meetings, and obviously stronger committee structures. There's a huge trend away from behind closed doors, and legislative offices didn't exist really until the 70s. I guess people worked out of their houses, right? I assume you worked out of your home when and that grew wherever. Your car, your law office, and that grew. And I watched it grow. And Alan Karcher and John Paul Doyle and the leadership of the Assembly had a lot to do with institutionalizing the legislature, as you've indicated, in the 80s. And by that I mean that Alan, I think, and I got to know him pretty well too, and I think that he said to himself, look, you know, why should we leave it, and he wasn't directing this at Governor Kean, why should not the legislature contribute toward making the policy? Why aren't we policymakers too? Well, you can't do that without competent staff. And so the trend started to take people out of legislative services onto partisan staff. So people who were apolitical all of a sudden went on to partisan staff in dealing with transportation issues, education issues, experts, so to speak, in the legislative branch on these policy issues. So we could then perhaps, from time to time, contribute to the making of policy in New Jersey. And I think Alan and Chuck Hardwick had a lot to do with that. Bob Franks, who was, I guess, left since now, he also was part of that. Tom Kean was part of that. And Paul Doyle. So I saw that trend move in a big way, as you say, and then, of course, it costs a lot more money. But that's you never can go back from that. When I first, when Tom was the minority leader and I was first in the Assembly, I think maybe it was Joe Gonzalez and Carl Golden. You know, it was like that was the staff. They were the first. And the secretary.
I hired the first minority staff for the Democrats. They wanted, well, you wanted, you got.
Yeah.
That was the first time minority party had that.
Yeah, I think what Don said is absolutely right. I don't want to get too far afield from and talk about the legislature only as an instrument in the Kean years. But there's no question that it changed in the 70s. And part of what we sought to do in the 70s was to, and we had Joe Gonzalez and Joe Gannon on the other side, may he rest in peace, died, I think, coming here to a meeting in an auto accident. I thought of him today as I did the George Street overpass, followed by Dick Coffey, a long-time veteran elected official. And we had people like Paul Muller in education on staff, and we had people who came on. And the legislature, as both Alan and Chuck would refer to it, the people's house. And particularly the assembly, not the toga wearers, they're a little bit different. But
we were in both, so we know.
but we fault to some degree Alan for being partisan. He saw partisanship, I think, in its best ideal, as I would like to think I did and the majority we had did, to provide alternate solutions to those that, when we disagreed as a matter of principle. So throughout my 18 years, the single largest continuing issue was how do we best provide property tax relief? We always knew we were the first or second highest property tax in the state. And we generally would rely upon the institution of a broad-based tax or the widening of it. And others would suggest that that wasn't the way to go. A healthier economy with lower taxes would make everything work. Obviously, the courts had a hand in forcing what we did in 1976, and we should get into the role of the court and the Kean administration and Chief Justice Walens's reappointment. I think that was an interesting dichotomy in the governor's mind between somebody strong on crime and home rule and somebody who was against the death penalty and put in Mount Laurel. But in any event, on the legislative role, partisanship has its place as providing alternate solutions. And granted, it got personalized in some ways. Alan was a fierce debater, and the governor did the right thing. He left it to the second in command, as it were. But I think we did something that was vital, and I think something that is different than what's going on today, and that's unfortunate.
On the lighter side, Tom, and I could go on and on about what he said and Carrie said about the having the benefit of legislative experience and being in the executive branch. It's you can't even quantify. But anyway, I was the minority leader. I don't know why, but I was. And Carmen Arecchio was the Senate President, Alan Karcher was the Speaker, and Dean Gallo was the minority leader. So Carrie and Tom, this was brilliant. They would have, we could never say we couldn't meet with the governor. So they would invite all the leaders to meetings. So we'd all be in there, 25 people. And Alan would go on and on. Tom would just sit there like this, listening, And Alan would get so frustrated that Tom wouldn't really say, what he was going to do, how he was going to do it. It was great. I wish I had that on video. I really do. Oh, it would be great. But it was a real show to be at these meetings. I mean, I don't know, Jim, if you remember.
That's what really tempered the steel of, in my opinion, that made Tom a great governor. Were those early years and those meetings and events like that where you could not come in as governors usually come in with a majority of both parties and you tell people what you want to see happen. You had to temper it. You had to be conciliatory. You had to work with each other. It's the only way it happened. And
I want to chime in too, that beyond, in addition to all the personal relationships the governors explained were important and personal, genuine friendships, having served in the legislative body, don't underestimate the governor's powers of persuasion, whether he had those close relationships or not. Just a highly persuasive individual and a unique style that was very, very, very effective. I remember one of the later budget discussions after the Republicans were in charge. So it was probably 86, 87, one of those later years. The Republican leadership probably had some issues with the budget proposal. And I was a new leadership member, but we were all invited to Drummond's Levee to meet with the governor and discuss these issues about the budget. And in the sort of rehearsal, I tell you the leaders, it probably was Chuck Hytian, Chuck Hardwick, veterans of the legislature, a lot of experience, loaded for bear. I mean, I thought this was going to be a meeting I didn't really want to be at, but march into Drumthwacket. I'm ready for fireworks. By the time it was over, everything was just, everyone was satisfied, and they all voted for that budget, Governor. I mean, it was, and I don't know how the governor accomplished it. He listened patiently. He answered the questions. We had this wide-ranging discussion. And then, I remember the governor sort of looking down at his loafers and saying, well, we'll think about that. Or, he listened so carefully, but he persuaded everybody.
Carrie, was this scripted? Did you know? Was this a strategy, or was this just Tom Kean being Tom Kean?
Well, this is the way we handle most of those things.
They diffuse them that way.
Yeah, they try to put in the context. Tom had been speaker. He understood the assembly. He understood the legislative process. He understood the legislative minds. He knew the players personally, most of them. And now he's governor. Remember, there's a bunch of powers that kind of come with the governor's job.
Yeah.
Little things. 500 appointments a year. There's a constitutional thing called a conditional veto. And one of the first things we did in the first 6 months, and I remember Mike Cole and I sitting down and doing this in June when the first budget went through, was Mike was from the Attorney General's office, head of divisional law, Debbie, I think at the time, if I remember correctly. We were going to get the budget. We knew what the budget draft looked like. And there was a great deal of debate about what the governor's conditional and line item veto power was. And so we sat down and laid out, Michael and I did, a dozen different vetoes, line item vetoes we wanted to execute on that budget to establish the governor's power on line item veto. And we knew we could go Alan into suing us in reality by picking the right items. And sure enough, Alan had to exercise that independent power of the legislature. We had pre-established all the questions we wanted answered on the governor's powers that we thought the governor should have on line item veto. And lo and behold, about 2 months later, we were affirmed on every one of them by the court at the time, and the case is Karcher v. Kean. So now we are not only armed with all the powers of the governor and persuasive power, a governor who clearly understands the whole system and how it works, better or as well as any legislator, Alan included in that process, and he had all the powers of the governor, including this incredible lineup of veto power. You could veto words, you could say, you will not spend, you could cross out not, you will spend, and it was one of the, so I think our legislative success in those years was directly related to the combination of skill and the power of the governor of New Jersey. It was also important to recognize that the legislature had in the 80s, and John Paul Strike, had established itself as an independent branch. If you read the Constitution, the Speaker of the Assembly and the President of the Senate are the strongest speakers and presidents of the Senate across the country. The governor is the strongest governor. The Chief Justice is the strongest Chief Justice. There is a balance to that system that existed, and it really did exist in that era. And you had a very skilled governor who understood the powers and the process of legislation and using the powers of the governor. And as each year went by, he got better and better and better at it. There's no question. And I think it was with a great deal of respect for the legislature's right to stand independently and their ability and recognition of they as an institution and them as individuals. We never cut any legislator out who actually sincerely cared and worked about a bill. We worked to give them credit for it, whether Republicans or Democrats. Because that was the key, I think, for part of that success. But his knowledge about that process and the follow-up that was added to it with the powers of the governor made it almost a Camelot era in that environment. Since then, Alan, you're right, things have changed. And I don't know that, I think governors are far more frustrated. They're not dealing at the same level, and very often they don't have the same skills.
Let me just open this up. Yes, Lou Thurston.
Lou Thurston. I want to say a few more words following up on what Tom and others said about personal relationships. Really important. As Chief of Staff in the first year, I oversaw the governor's schedule. And after the first meeting of each day, the governor was behind schedule. And it continued and it got worse throughout the day, which was a challenge to us. But it was very good in the sense that he was behind schedule because he related to people. He listened, as Lisa said. He listened very well, and he related to people. And he related to their personal interests. In some cases, if he was dealing with Carmen Orecchio, he related to the New York Yankees, Carmen's favorite team, or John Russo with the New York Giants, or tennis, even though Tom was a Redskins fan. And Alan Karcher, as everybody talked about. He would talk to Alan about the latest books that he read and that kind of thing. And that built a trust and a relationship that was really important. And also, your powers of persuasion were mentioned. It brings to mind a story. Carrie, you'll remember this because you and I were involved. Early in the administration in the first year, Governor Kean had a meeting with Governor Carey of New York, and it was at the Waldorf Astoria Hotel in New York City. And the governor and Carey and I arrived early for the meeting, and Governor Carey was late, so we had about a half an hour to kill. And it turned out that the governor decided to use that half an hour to convince Carey and myself of the merits of opera. Remember that, Carey? And he was very persuasive with most people, but I'm not sure he was persuasive with us. It would have been better talking about golf.
But he never tried to convince legislators of the merits of opera. Yes, he did. Oh, he did?
It was one of the common interests that he and Alan had.
Okay. Trust me. Any remarks, comments, arguments? Oh, my God. Yes.
No, Jim Goodman that time. He might have thought he was God.
I'm retired, but one issue that John Doyle, Jim Goodman, former reporter at Trenton Times. John Doyle identified property taxes as one of the longest lingering issues. And it's also the one issue which I think some people think Tom Kean, in the height of his popularity, could have achieved more than any other governor. He chose, I think, not to, I think he called it communism, and some people who criticized his choice at the time said his idea was focusing on maybe becoming the vice presidential nominee. I wonder if anybody agrees with anything I just said or doesn't.
Are you still a reporter?
No. We don't agree with you.
Very seldom.
I think the governor referred to Mount Laurel, too, as sounding like a communist bloc. I think one thing that hasn't entered into this discussion sufficiently is, as you raised, the differences between the two administrations, the first and the second. If you want to go to the who won part, we won in '83. We went from 43 seats to 44 seats, the 44th, in effect, being my running mate, Marlene Ford. The tax rebate was given to her, front page picture, which really ticked off more pie, I understand. It was away that weekend, helped to get her reelected with the big check. In any event, obviously, by the same numbers, we lost 85, 50 to 30. The governor won, and instead of Allen, he got Chuck Hardwick. Whether that was winner, and he got John Russo. And John, and I was in the unusual position, John was my running mate, Allen was, with me as the speaker and I as the majority leader, and they didn't necessarily always get along well, and I was the common denominator. John explained the second administration very easily. He said, he is the governor. There's three of us. My job is to make sure if it's 2 to 1, I'm one of the two. And I think he had a head start against Chuck on that, even though he wasn't a Republican. But there is the thought that the governor doesn't have to express himself today. I think that we had that he saw the possibilities of national office. He certainly had the talent, the leadership, and the electability. Did that make his second administration, I'd like to hear maybe from, a little more conservative than the first, and he now had a majority, and John Russo by nature was conservative? I don't know. I looked at those State of the State speeches, and they were still doing things. Environmental trust, civil service reform, there were a couple that were left over from the first administration. So I think that's a question that ought to be answered and is better left for others. But I think the second administration, I'll come back to the Chief Justice question. It took, I mean, a lot of, I don't know what it was like in the Republican Senate caucus. But I can only imagine. I know there were times, I'll give you two instances. One was on that one and getting past 21 to 19. And the other one, I think, was the last budget. By this time, we had 39 Democrats. John Villapiano won the special election in 1988. And it was the last Kean budget. And it passed the Senate, and it came over to our House, and 39 Democrats were locked against it. And Jeff Moran and Chris Connors, assemblymen from Southern Ocean County, were really opposed to the budget. And the other 39 Democrats were for it. We had John Russo over lobbying his fellow Ocean County, but Republicans, to pass the budget. And on our side, Dick Coffey was going crazy. And he's turning to me. He said, "Look at your running mate, John Paul. Do something about that." He said, "You think I can do something about Russo?"
Was it late at night? He wanted to go home, perhaps?
No, he wasn't flying in those days. But I think that whole dynamic of the change in the speakership, the second administration, some of the signal issues in that second administration is something for Kean Colloquium too.
Yeah. I was Attorney General during that second administration, and, as opposed to being in the governor's office. And people didn't quite understand it. Tony and I used to talk about this on the phone. The world didn't know we had a plan when we did in the first term, and we were executing. Bob Grady knows that there was really an evolution of that plan and where we were going. We didn't get our first cabinet appointment. Our last cabinet appointment was John Sheridan in June of the first year. So getting our executive branch up and running was very, very difficult as a result of that recount. Most people don't get all that. Tom was committed to certain policies. We heard of education, environment, and the economy, but the economy was really at the top of that list. By the time we got to 1985, we had achieved every objective we had laid out in the beginning of that administration. Specifically, we had gotten to a level, the state economy was better, everything was better, but now it was time to take the second step. And the second step required activities outside of New Jersey. It wasn't fixing the mechanics of how we operated in the state, it required a lot more. I see Ming Su sitting here, and I think you'll talk about this probably in the panel later on this afternoon. There was an emphasis on international trade, on the states, on the National Governors Association, on what we could do and how we grew our economy in New Jersey, as a solid foundation to move us into the 21st century. It required a governor to do more than just be locked in his office at his desk. He did that, and he did it all over. He got a lot of, I think, unnecessary flack for this having somehow being linked to his personal ambition, which people always do to people in public life when they do something to try to accomplish something. They say, "Oh, he must be doing that for some other reason." I'm not denying a lot of people do, where there isn't a collateral benefit to that. But the primary benefit was taking those same issues and solidifying them into the future. And it required Tom to move outside of New Jersey. He had a terrific cabinet back then. I mean, the quality of that cabinet and the things that were done during that period, and his ability now to really trust and be trusted by the administration and by the whole executive branch, everyone that worked there, from toll takers on the parkway to secretaries in the offices. They just believed this administration knew what we were doing, and I think we did. but it required him as a leader to take that next step and move out of New Jersey to some significant degree, and he did that. That helped us in an economy that sustained itself through recessions in the end of the 80s, into the 90s, and even ahead of the country into the century, in the 21st century, because of the economy that was put together in that period. Did it benefit him in some way or allow him to do something else? I haven't seen him do anything, of any great. I haven't seen him run for vice president or any of that. And I know the opportunities were available for him to run for the Senate. We talked about that, and he opted not to do that. So I don't know that that's the primary motive. If I could add
We
that
shouldn't
comment.
be discussing his motives while he's sitting there.
Why not?
Ray David.
I hesitate to get into this discussion.
What's
Oh, I'm sorry.
I know who you are.
Yeah, Alan knows me. Ray Bateman. I was retired by the public before you kids were ever involved in the process. But maybe I can kind of sum up. A lot of what Kerry always says in too many words.
I blame it on the drugs.
There are three aspects to this discussion. One of them is the qualities of the candidate himself, his legislative background, and it's been said, and it's true, the interrelations in the legislature for a period of time are wonderful for a governor to be able to do things. The second was Alan Karcher, and I think Tom Kean played Alan Karcher like a virtuoso on a violin. I mean, I think Karcher was despite all the nice things you say, and I can say them too, he was a foil that was ideal for the governor. There's no question about it. And the third, Carrie, what was the third?
I forgot. Too many words.
Maybe the accomplishments. I think the strength of the administration was the third point you had made.
No, I'm sorry. The third part was the most significant part. The third part was the powers of the governor, the office of governor. Properly used, the office of governor, even though we have strengthened the legislative process, we have permanent leadership, we have all the things that Alan Rosenthal and Don Hertzberg right here in this room gave us 40 years ago. Despite all that, the office of governor is awesome in its powers, and properly used, effectively used, which they were properly used and effectively used, became wonderful tools for a guy who knew what he was doing. And if there's anything that comes out of this discussion, is that Tom Kean knew what the hell he was doing when he was governor. And this panel is really proof that what he learned in the legislative process stood him very well.
Hey, yeah. I don't want to close your meeting on a lighter note, but one thing you should all know, most of you do, about Tom Kean is that he never had any money in his pocket.
Ever.
Some of these friendships were forged at the snack stand. Because we had to pay, we had to buy, Am I right?
You're right.
Until Kerry Edwards came into his full blossom, Governor Kean was the #1 junk food eater in the State House. He was replaced by Kerry, but it was a close. But I want to tell you a quick story about Bud Reed. I don't know, how many of you know Bud Reed? Bud Reed was a predecessor of mine. He was the chairman of the Casino Control Commission. He told me something about the governor that really I thought I knew a lot about him. But he said never in his 8 years as the chairman did he hear from the political organization in Trenton, the governor's office. And it was a testimony and a testament to you, Governor, and to you people around you. Because a regulatory body of that nature does not need to be tampered with by the political apparatus. And we weren't, and he wasn't, and he told me that, and I had a great deal of believability in him. So that's something I think you all should know.
Explain that in Washington. Yeah, Donnie, you can have the last.
Explain that in Washington.
Yeah.
Donnie, what
just
about
on that note,
yeah.
having served in the General Assembly with the governor and then in the Senate, of course, while he was governor, there were a number of issues bills that come up. Now, being in a minority, I didn't really pick them to be posted, and from time to time, and it's just really what you say. Lots of times, Senate presidents, governors will say, we've got to vote for this. You have to, in different ways. Many times, Tom, and the income tax vote was one of them. When I was in the General Assembly, would say, look, you all know what it is. You know what it says. You're on your vote your conscience. I swear to God, that happened many times. I can name other bills on which he said that. Much to your chagrin, perhaps. And many times, I want to know how he wants me to vote. I say, Tom, what do you want me to do? Well, do what you think is best. I hated that. but I was serious. As the minority leader for those 3 years and then subsequent to that, there were a number of times when he said, look, just do what you think you need to do. He didn't really pressure, not all. Obviously there were times when their policy issues had to be passed, and they worked hard to do it. And getting back to his skills, and he has great skills legislatively, and I know, and I always say it wasn't a legislative process. When people ask me about the differences, I said it's dealing with the media that was my hardest problem. Because every day legislators don't realize that they can hide in their offices, they can hide in their districts, they can disappear just like U.S. senators. But the governor, every day, the media is going to ask him questions about this or about that, and you have nowhere to go. That was the hardest part of the job for me during the course of particularly the first few months of both jobs. So, and as I think Tony said earlier, he knew how to deal with the media, but also legislatively, Carrie. And I learned this from you and from Governor Kean. You have to know what each legislator, his priorities are. What does he really like? Is it a job he wants for somebody? Is it a bill he wants passed? What's important to that legislator? What makes that person tick? Because at some point you're going to ask that person to vote for something they don't want to vote for. So if you haven't set the groundwork, if you haven't in some way developed that knowledge or that relationship, you're never going to get that person's vote. And that was our problem early in the term, Carrie, which was a good bill to pass, the dedicated, I think, your idea, actually. That's probably why it didn't pass. But the 5 cent, as I recall, right out of the box, right? As soon as we took Tom was sworn into office, you wanted us to vote for a 5 cent increase in the gas tax, dedicated, constitutionally, I believe, and it didn't pass in the Senate. And the reason it didn't pass in the Senate, I was brand new, everybody was brand new. We just didn't lay the groundwork for developing relationships that would cause a Len Connors or John Paolella to vote for it. You couldn't paint the picture quick enough for them to just tell them that this vote is not going to, you're not going to lose the election over this vote, believe me. So, that takes time. But I learned from the both of you some valuable lessons during the 80s that fortunately I was able to use in the 90s to help create legislative activity.
Well, thank you. We learned from all of you a lot more about the governor and the legislature. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Alan, and thanks everyone on the panel. If you'll just hold it for one moment. You want to keep talking? Thank you. It was another remarkable session, and I know I speak for everyone in the room in saying how privileged we are to sit here and listen to this talk about an education. I want to make two comments before I let you go to have some lunch. Number one, everyone in the room really, or almost everyone, I can see a couple of exceptions, but almost everyone deserves a special introduction. But we can't do that. But I do want to make note for anyone who doesn't just know it, that the clone sitting next to Governor Kean is his son Reed, and we're very pleased to have Reed Kean here with us. Very obvious power of genetic transfers.
Just to put everything in perspective and how long we've come in reading the speeches, Governor mentioned we got to do something about auto insurance. That was another thing that differentiated Alan and he. But he said, just this past week, my sons went down to get their driver's license having turned 17, so they've aged well.
Having turned a certain age, that's the other comment I want to make before, or information I want to share with you before we go to lunch, and that is that we have a little lunch waiting for you. We're very pleased to provide it, but we're especially pleased, and we want you to save room for dessert. Because it so happens that next week on April 21st, the governor is going to be celebrating his birthday, and so we have a birthday cake for dessert. So save room for his birthday, and happy birthday in advance, Governor Kean. We will begin again promptly at 1:15. This is a special. Well, the entire day has been special and will continue to be, but this is another special moment. For 30 years. Nancy Becker was a key player on the Trenton political scene. You all know her. I don't have to tell you that. She founded her own public affairs consulting firm. Nancy Becker Associates was the first woman to head her own lobbying firm in the state. She's been a valued campaigner and a trusted advisor to many of New Jersey's Republican candidates and office holders, has been a big supporter of all the work we've done over our many years here, building a program in women's political participation. Nancy is now, in quotes, big quote marks, retired. And she has retired. She gave up her firm, but she has retired to what I call a leadership role on many boards. It's hard to get her on the phone because she's at a board meeting every day. But she has also become a vital addition to the program on the governor and a part of our team. A longtime friend and supporter of the Eagleton Institute of Politics. She's been instrumental in working with us to organize this colloquium today, and in fact the Kean archives in general. We look forward to working with her in the months ahead, and it is my great pleasure to thank her and to present Nancy Becker.
Thank you, Ruth, and good afternoon. I hope all of you are having as much fun as I have been reminiscing about the Kean administration and renewing old friendships. Before I explain the Kean portion of the governor's project, I'd like to acknowledge several individuals without whose help this project would have not come to fruition. First of all, Don Linke, who you heard from this morning, who began the project with the Byrne Archives several years ago, and he's helped me learn how to negotiate the state archives in Trenton. He's shared with me the research and oral histories he has been involved with for Governor Byrne's portion of this project. Secondly, the staff of Eagleton, whose support has been essential to bringing this seminar to fruition. Thirdly, the librarians and the staff at the State Archives, who have just been terrific. They have patiently unearthed boxes of information and copied the materials we've indicated, which will then go up on the virtual archive. As Ruth did, I'd like to acknowledge the presence of Reed Kean, one of the governor's children, and thank him for joining us today. Many of you today have said to me, where is Roger Bodman? Where is Well, I think half of New Jersey is in Florida this week. So, unfortunately, because this is a holiday week, we are missing certain individuals who I know all of you are missing. And we hope that in the future seminars that we develop over the next year or so, that they will be able to participate. One of the goals of the governor's program is to create a virtual archive of the Kean administration, following on the virtual archive of the Byrne administration. And so that anyone, anywhere, can log on to the website and be able to access important documents, oral histories, and a complete video record of all the seminars we plan to conduct about this administration. The Kean portion of the governor's project began last fall, in part due to the generosity of the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation and the governor. We did not need to undertake a fundraising campaign for this initial part of the project. The Kean portion of the project has 3 parts: archival research, videotaped oral histories, and a series of colloquia. To date, I have spent approximately 1 day a week reviewing documents filed in the state archives and have been through about 50 boxes of material. There are many, many more to go. Most of these documents have been very neatly filed by the governor's staff and cabinet members, and I thank any of you who were responsible for that effort. I've been plowing through and identifying papers on key issues from the administration. These documents are copied and ultimately will be placed in the Kean archive on the web. When I first started, I said to the governor, okay, tell me what your handwriting looks like, because it's fun to pull the document, and he said it's the really messy one. So it's fun to pull the documents where he's commented, as Carrie said, 500 pages through, and he's made comments all the way through. So we've tried to pull those because that's particularly terrific to have on the web. We began videotaping oral histories of key members of the Kean administration and the governor's colleagues just in December. To date, we've taped about 8 oral histories, including part 1 of the governor. The record for the lengthiest oral history, 9 hours in 2 separate days, was, guess who? Carrie Edwards. And I'm sorry Carrie had to leave because I wanted him to hear that. Michael Aaron has done a wonderful job of conducting these interviews, in part based on background material that we've been able to cull from the archives. The third portion of this project is a series of seminars or colloquia to be held over the next few years, which will highlight and feature further discussion of key programs and initiatives of the Kean governorship. As Ruth explained earlier today, today's seminar is a kickoff event, and by its very nature is really a cursory examination of a few issues. We expect the programs which follow to explore critical issues from the Kean years in depth. All of you are experts in your own right, so please share your ideas with us. If you have any materials you think would be of interest to us, we'd love to look at them. I will tell you that John Submergent came today with a file folder for us, and Bob Grady has been sending in materials. So we'd love to take a look at anything that you may have in your basements. And we expect to be in touch with many of you to videotape your recollections. I thank you for being with us today, and I thank you for your cooperation. I was telling the governor and others here today that everyone I've talked to has been so enthusiastic, and people who couldn't be with us today would really like to be with us at a future date. It's now my pleasure to introduce the moderator of our next panel, Professor Joe Seneca, a highly regarded professor of economics at Rutgers. He previously served as university's chief academic officer. His biography is in your materials. In addition, though, Joe also served on the New Jersey Council of Economic Advisors for many years, and especially during the Kean administration as governor. So with that, Joe.
Thank you, Nancy. Terrific. Just a couple brief comments on what I've heard already, and it sounds like a terrific day. Ruth, all those persons in Florida are there for a half of the year plus 1 day. And second, not surprised it was Carrie. It's 9 hours, you know those lawyers, it's Bilbo hours, they got to clock them up, right? Look, what a terrific event. And Governor, it's just, it's wonderful to gather with the Friends of New Jersey to recognize what you've done for the state and what you continue to do for the state. It's just a terrific day for Rutgers and for Eagleton and for all the Friends of New Jersey, because you embody the very best of our state. And thanks to Ruth and Nancy and our Eagleton colleagues for taking the initiative and providing the support to gather us together today. We have a superb panel. We've been in email contact repeatedly, and I must admit, at full disclosure, they've had a look at the questions on their exam, so judge them on that basis. That's what makes it fun. So, I mean, our task is to look back with respect to the economic development and economic and fiscal aspects of the Kean administration and its experience, and to look ahead for what guidance it can give us today, equally and very important. So here are the panels, and I have like a baseball card introduction, just a one line on the back to give you a perspective of what we bring to the discussion today. Ken Biederman, New Jersey State Treasurer in the first years of the Kean administration. Hank Henderson, Commissioner of the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey. Ming Zhu, Director of New Jersey's Division of International Trade. Bob Huey, New Jersey Commissioner of Environmental Protection, and John Sheridan, New Jersey Commissioner of Transportation. They had other roles as well, but that's again a cross-section of what they brought to us today. So, an incoming administration faces a deep and spreading recession. Job losses are mounting. Tax revenues are plunging. Global economic changes continue to erode the nation's and New Jersey's manufacturing sector. Energy prices spike, fall, and spike again. It's an economic and fiscal mess. Sound familiar? The year is the autumn of 1981, and Governor-elect Kean is forming his fledgling administration and wondering why he ever got into this, as he confronts an economy in disarray. At the national level, real gross domestic product, nation's output of goods and services newly produced, will eke out a tiny gain, 0.7% in 1981, and decline in 1982, 1.2% negative. The unemployment rate of 8.3% year average for 1981. It's 8.5% today. And that will rise into the dreaded double-digit number the following year, 1982, 10.7%, 1982 national unemployment rate. Personal income is stagnant, and the Federal Reserve continues to try to purge the entrenched high inflation that has built up over many years previously. The Consumer Price Index rose by 12.6%, 12.6% in 1980. Can you imagine? 9.6% in 1981. The yield, I read the President's Economic Report last night, so where I get the data. It's fascinating read. The yield on 3-month Treasury bills averages an astonishing 11% in 1981. 3-month Treasury bills today is 0.3%. And next year, at 82, it rises to 13%, the 3-month yield. 30-year fixed mortgages in New Jersey are over 15%. But never mind, essentially no homes are sold. The economists call it stagflation. Stagflation, the worst of everything. Rising unemployment and high inflation. Thus, the best-laid plans of new governors and their aspirations must confront the cold realities of truly, truly dreadful economy. Our plan is I'm going to pose some questions, a series of questions. The panelists will respond. I'm going to ask for one response to begin the discussion. And then I think before we go on to the next question, we'll have some audience comment questions to see where it takes us in a free-flowing perspective. So let's begin with that context. Facing a steep national recession, as I've just described, with declining state revenues, decreasing federal aid, unlike now, and a state legislature in Democratic control, what was the process by which the fiscal and economic priorities of the incoming administration emerged into a budget, into policies, and into a philosophy of government? Let's start with Ken and see where it takes us.
Well, it sounds like a Stephen King novel to me. With that as a background, I first would like to tell you how I helped Governor Kean. Earlier today, the question was, what did you do really great and good for Governor Kean? So in that environment, this is what I did for you. I made a little list. The first week I screwed up all your campaign plans and promises. I recall, I guess it was the second day in office, having had a heart-to-heart with Richard Keevy, who was here. There he is, Richard, Ed Hofgazang, Staniford. They said, these are the real numbers. So I, thinking about the fact that you do serve at the pleasure of the governor, and that the governor was already being screamed at by Moose Ferran and others, how in the hell who is this guy, and why in the hell would you appoint a Democrat? And trotting down to your office, and I said, Governor, remember all those campaign promises? Got no money, Governor. And that's sort of how I think our whole relationship started out. But I did more for you. Every 2 or 3 weeks, I would bring you more bad news, just in case you'd forgotten the previous bad news. I got you to raise taxes. That was the other good thing I did for you. And finally, I kept John Wren out of jail.
Too much information.
I've been away from the state for quite a while, as you know, and I really wasn't keeping up on what was going on in New Jersey because we have our own fun and games going on down in Delaware right now. But I asked one of my TAs, I said, go find out what's the budget. Go find out what the new budget is in New Jersey. He came back and he said $7 billion. I said, wow. You know, our first budget was $6.3 billion. People in New Jersey are really minding their P's and Q's. They're following all the advice we gave them. He said, no, that's the deficit. We had a $6.3 billion, just a couple of numbers because that's what I do. We had a $6.3 billion budget, your first budget. The current one is trying to nail it down, but it seems to be somewhere between 30 and 33 billion. So I did a little arithmetic. I found out over that time period that on an annual compounded rate of growth, New Jersey budget has increased 6.7% over the last 25 years, compared to about a 2% rate of inflation. And so I said, well, gee, what if this continues on for another 25 years? And you can, well, Jim Goodman's gone, but the answer is $162 billion is going to be, if what's been going on continues and the lessons in the past get ignored. The projected shortfall, our first year governor, was $525 million, as you'll recall, and that was about 8.7% of the budget. Currently, the projected shortfall is 22% of the budget. We had a AAA credit rating. As you'll recall, we maintained that AAA credit rating throughout your entire administration. Feather and others, Mike Horn and that, and all played a major role. But during those hard times, we can talk later about how that happened. Top marginal tax rate, I believe, even with the increase, was around 3% in the income. And now it's 8.9 going to 10 point something in the other I read.
10.25.
10, you got it, Neil. Okay. Joe went through the key economic numbers. I don't need to do that. Our total debt, including agency and authority, at that time was $8 billion. $2 billion was general obligation. Rest was agency authority. I couldn't quite get all the numbers, but it's currently somewhere between $32 and $37 billion. So Rich and I within the ballpark. Debt service, we were running at 3.8% debt service, and it's currently around 8%. So those are kind of the numbers that lay out the situation that we were in and the situation the state's in now. And I think by any relative measure, you have to say things are a lot worse now, except perhaps for the rate of inflation. But the unemployment rate is climbing. And I think that, and it's a testimonial to you and your administration, how you were able to deal with those realities. The fact that you had plans that there was certainly immediately, as I was looking at the comparative budgets, you had significant increases in transportation that first year. I believe there was, in the corrections area, had to have significant increases. And yet, with all of that, by the process that was described here this morning, we were able to work through that budget challenge and to kind of set some things in play. For one thing, we did protect the state's AAA credit rating, and that again was about the openness and the relationship we had with I. Grossman at Standard & Poor's and Claire Cohen at Moody's. I recall numerous conversations that we had, keeping them apprised, keeping them informed. What's the legislature doing? You would meet with them on occasion. A lot of people say, well, you know, bond issues, debt ratings, what's that all about? Well, there's some other things we talked about the formula driven that I see is pretty much still there in the New Jersey budget, and the discretion that you have to deal with situations, educations, the pension number, the debt service was all climbing and is still climbing at significantly faster rates than was the source of money that was coming into it. So that was the kind of background, Joe, that we faced in the situation that the state was in. And I think you're not only able to work out of that situation, and it went on, as you know. It wasn't just the first year. It was the second year. We seemed to have an endless stream of budget crises. Do you remember how we brought the first budget out? Do you remember how we met with all the editors?
Yes. That didn't work.
Governor decided that we would, since there was so much tension over what was going to happen with his first budget, that we would meet with all the editors of the state, and that they would promise to keep it on deep background, and so we spilled the beans. Remember that? Next day, the Bergen record, blam! Out goes the story. So I saved some articles, and Adrian Heffer, remember Adrian, wrote for the Asbury. Well, he said how the Kean administration brought us the budget and the leak that occurred from the Bergen record. So there's three theories behind what happened that night. Kean staff forgot to screen the waiters. The FBI was conducting another of its abscam investigations and leaked its findings in the mistaken belief that Kean was meeting with Arab sheiks. And then there's the preposterous, widely held theory that one of the record's own editors actually spilled the budget for this idea of a scoop. Well, I couldn't possibly. So, Carrie talked a lot about the process that we went through today. I think a key part of it was, as a cabinet and as working with your office and yourself, was this constant communication, trying to resolve the issues. I mean, the fact is you had come through the campaign with one set of belief about the numbers. As I recall, you had actually proposed you were going to try and cut the sales tax by a penny. You wanted to cut the corporate taxes by, I believe that there were some other areas, not to speak of your initiatives in transportation, education, and so on. And it simply got delayed. It became what was dominant, I think, in your first 2 years of your administration. But to your credit, and the credit of everyone that was working with you, you not only were able to work through it, but to bring the state back in such strong condition as you did. And the sad thing out of all of this is that the message that was learned in your administration has seemed to have been lost. And many of the things that we talked about and dealt with are back. It's just like you push it down and it comes back bigger than uglier before. My own assessment of the state is at this point that it's got some very serious financial problems. I don't know how they're going to deal with it. Some of the recommendations, at some point again, you ask yourself, well, why would you work in that state? Why would you continue to live in that state? I mean, why? Look at New York and what they're proposing. And from an assessment at Delaware, I think, and I look at these numbers, that it's a shame that the things that you did and the lessons you learned have been lost.
Let's take that a little bit further. Anyone else in the panel want to talk about the initial situation with respect to process, content, budget direction, policy?
I'll add a little bit. I was the last cabinet member in. I didn't get into until May. Tom looked around the country, was looking for, went through a national search, and finally, I guess he got fed up, and sometime in late April he says, all right, give it to Sheriff. That's true. So, you know, the governor had been very strongly in favor of trying to find some way to deal with what had grown to be a significant transportation crisis during the 70s. 3 separate bond issues had failed to pass muster. And finally, there was one small bond issue that Commissioner Gambasini and Governor Byrne got through in 1979. And we had a little bit of money in transportation in those next couple of years, but there was no sort of permanent solution. And one of the first proposals of the administration, but before I was at transportation, there was a 5-cent gas tax. I wonder, did Carrie take credit for that? Anyway, it failed by, if I recall correctly, it failed by 1 vote in early June on the Senate side, and that sort of left us kind of in a situation where we essentially had no capital funding going forward. We were running off the last bits of the Gambasini bond issue. And there was still a lot of strong sentiment for solving that problem, and so we started to work on it over the next couple of years. I don't know whether this is an appropriate time to talk about that. If it is, I'll just continue.
Well, I mean, the next question lead-in was exactly this on point here. More generally, in the Kean administrations, making long-term, and I want to stress the word long-term investments at a threshold level and on a sustained basis to ensure the competitiveness of the New Jersey economy, the Transportation Trust Fund, Infrastructure Bank, and others that I'll mention later, was a common enduring theme. And I guess the question was, how did that theme drive the budget decisions each year, and how did that goal persevere in the face not only of the budget constraints in the initial years, as Ken and John have described, but when times got better? How did you resist the inevitable pressures to just expand the traditional operations of state government and be able to continue to make these long-term investments?
You know, I think the first year, just to put it in context, because I have a different perspective than, I spent most of my time trying to hide what I was doing from Peterman. Because, you know, there were 2 of us that had, you know, I was a county administrator, George Albanese was a county manager. Alpha Sol was doing a study where we had to eliminate half of our department. So I had done that before. You know, I had eliminated people without eliminating them. So I think we all became better managers because I knew how to pretend I didn't have people. And then Tom, and Tom probably forgets this story. I remember going, you know, we had to agree to cut our budget by whatever we had to agree to cut our budget, and I agreed. I mean, that's my job. And I got invited to meet Moose Ferran and Larry Weiss at a place where Tom had been many times before me, which was a cabin up in Hunterdon County that Moose Ferran owned. He said, and we started out by, he said, I have one question for you. Can you do the budget hearing all by yourself? Because my predecessor, typically would bring 50 people to the budget hearing. I said, yeah, I think I can do that. It took a tremendous amount of work to do that because I had no idea what I was doing. He said, what did they tell you to cut from the budget and where? And I told him, and he said, nah. Let's cut from these areas. And I said,
fine with me as long as you cut.
I said, any particular reason? And he said, yeah, because when we're all done, I'll put it back. That's a true story. It got embarrassing because they gave me more than I wanted. There were like more resolutions coming onto the budget, and I couldn't control it anymore. I made the deal. And I remember Peterman saying, how could you do this? I said, I did exactly what you wanted me to do. Tom, on the other hand, had been to the cabinet. And he said one day in passing, when did you meet with Moose? Anyway, my perspective is we all became better managers. And And people that didn't know much about government at that time, Rick Goldstein and I were talking earlier today, he came and said, listen, how do I get this stuff around these people? There was an educational process. But I would say that the most significant difference was, there are two differences that occurred to me this morning. The first is, as an environmental commissioner, what am I doing on an economic panel? The thing is, it wasn't John's problem or Ken's problem. It was all of our problem. And if we developed a concept like the infrastructure trust, and it had to go to transportation first because the need was really there first, instead of Green Acres or instead into resource recovery, that was the way it was supposed to be. And you took your place in line. You knew you were going to get it eventually. And so ideas were coming from everywhere. And I think that was a big thing. Second thing, and John Doyle made mention of it today, we didn't have a single good piece of legislation during that period that didn't have a Republican on it and a Democrat on it. There was no Republican idea or Democratic idea. You had to share it. And that's what made the difference. I mean, we shared the good news, and we all realized that we had an uphill battle with the bad news. And I think that sentiment sort of guided the first year.
Let's switch a little bit and go outside the state's boundaries, the boundaries. In a large, New Jersey's a large economy then and large economy now, and after the initial years, thriving domestic economy. When you look into the mid-'80s, these were good economic times. How did Governor Kean come to promote the state in foreign trade and foreign direct investment? And what policies proved successful? And from my perspective, interestingly as an economist, what obstacles emerged for a single state competing with many others to try to generate increased foreign economic activity? So let me ask Ming and Hank to comment in that order, please.
Well, I think that Governor Kean was really a promoter. He recognized the economic situation we were in at that time when he came to office, that it was very important that we promote international trade, that we try to help our small and medium-sized companies to export, take them to trade shows so they have a chance to sell overseas, and at the same time to encourage more foreign investment into our state. I remember at that time there was some study that was put out which said that New Jersey lagged way behind the northeastern states in exports, and New Jersey was the bottom of the list in foreign investment. And I think at that time in the Assembly, Chuck Hardwick introduced a bill to promote international trade and create the Export Trading Company, the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey. And it was supported by Democrats in the legislature. Now, I think really that Governor Kean knew about international business and the importance of trade to the United States, and that we need to reach out to them. And I've often thought about this, and I think that Governor Kean knew 20 years ago what Tom Friedman recently wrote in his bestseller, The World is Flat. And once I had the occasion actually to meet Tom Friedman, and I did tell him about what we did in the state of New Jersey, and which is what the national government should do. But it's very important that the governor took that initiative. And it's also very important, that this was mentioned earlier in our sessions, that he had the support and the goodwill of the legislature, the Democrats as well as the Republicans. I know this because I had to appear before appropriations every year, and in the first 4 years was controlled by the Democrat, and we had our budget increased. And we started out with $500,000, so the next year I got $1.6 million, and so forth and so on. Each year, of course, I had to appear before them, and I explained what we were doing. And it was very interesting because the members of the legislature found out that we at the International Division Trade had identified small and medium companies in their districts, I mean, we did it for the whole state, who wants to export, and they don't know how, and they wanted to go with the state government. So all the members of the state said, well, can you give me a list, and so on. And after that, we got such cooperation where they would come with us and say, well, you know, some company in my district who wants to export. So we had a program that where we took 4 or 5 small, medium-sized companies to trade shows all over the world for all kinds of products, because New Jersey has everything. I mean, we promoted squid in Paris, in Japan, in London. We don't eat squid, but they love squid there. And when we were in Paris, for example, we had squid. We had ice and put the squid on. And Tim Richards, who worked for me that time, would go early in the market and get the parsley. And we hired a chef who made a squid salad, cold, and with this marinara squid. And we had all these European buyers coming tasting our squid. I mean, that was just one example. We did a lot for the Garden State. We promoted blueberries. And Commissioner Brown, Farmer Brown, went with us to one of these shows, and he was talking about, the Garden State, all the products we have. So those trade shows we did, we covered everything, like hospital, medical equipment, and New Jersey really has a lot to offer. And that's more than you can say for most states. I mean, I now live in California. You might think California will have a lot to offer, but they don't. They don't. And the other thing that we did is when we went to the trade show, we would, have a booth that says State of New Jersey, and there would be a picture of the governor, and then, New Jersey, you perfect together, would be pictures of our scenery and so on. And we always took this to all the trade shows, and this really attracted a lot of attention. And I remember, I think we were in Korea. It was in a foreign country, and there was a person, a buyer. He came over, and he didn't speak good English. He kept saying, "You picture the governor," and he started to say, "Picture the lawn," and I got the impression he thought the picture wasn't large enough. And then he said, "Come with me," and he took me to a booth, and lo and behold, from ceiling to floor is a picture of the Ayatollah Khomeini. And it was the state of Iran. Picture of Khomeini, larger than life. And not only that, but they printed copies, and they were passing them around. Okay, you could take a picture, get a picture of the Ayatollah. But there were a lot of things that we did that really we didn't mean to attract that kind of attention, but it really did. I mean, we were once in China, and we were giving out the New Jersey and You Perfect Together, those bags, and they were in such demand that we had to say between 4 and 5, and people would wait in line, and they can get these bags. And then the next thing we know, this was in Tianjin, we would see people on bicycles. Those were the days when people, rode bicycles. And they would have their groceries in these bags as in New Jersey and You Perfect Together. So, I mean, those shows were important. And the other part of our work was to encourage foreign investment into the state. And somebody asked, or maybe it was Jill, was that competitive, was that hard? Yeah, it was hard, but I think we won because we were far more aggressive. The governor, when he was, everywhere the governor went, when he went on a trip, he always got to meet like the head of state, the Prime Minister of Singapore, or Zhao Ziyang at the Great Hall of the People in China. In Korea, he met all the founders of Samsung, Hyundai, and Daewoo, and these were the men that struggled from nothing after the Korean War and built this empire. So, his personal involvement, his personality, and really helped us in attracting foreign investment. And we stole companies too. Now, Peter Bagan is not here, but he and I went to California. And we set up meetings with Japanese companies, Korean companies. We said, come to New Jersey. We have so much to offer. We're very diversified, we're international, and we have good workforce, and we don't have as high taxes as California. We were competitive, and I have to tell you, we won, because Lamar Alexander, who was governor of Tennessee said to you once that he lost Samsung, but he said if he had to lose, he would rather lose to Tom Kean. And we met, I mean, Bill Clinton was very involved in attracting. I mean, I met somebody who helped him in Brussels, because nobody knew Bill Clinton.
What was her name?
I don't know. This man was represented an insurance company, Dutch insurance company in Arkansas. So he knew the governor. And then he went back. In fact, he became the CEO of Ned Lloyd shipping company. And as some of you know, I was a federal maritime commissioner appointed by President Bush 41 for about 8 years. So I met this man in Amsterdam, and he told me about Bill Clinton, and there was like a panic that Bill Clinton was coming to Brussels, and they couldn't get companies because they didn't know about Arkansas. So because this man had been based in Arkansas, he was able to do that. But to get back to what we're talking about, the other thing really I think was mentioned is that we did have the support of the legislature. I mean, John Russo went to 2 trips with us. He went to China with us. He went to London with us. And then we had the support of the Port Authority in New York, New Jersey, support of the Delaware River Port Authority, and we had the support of the banks, Mid-Atlantic Bank, First Fidelity Bank, and also, you know, God bless the late Bob Franklin, the PSE&G. He went to a lot of these meetings, and so we had support really from the public sector, private sector, and all of that really has to do with the fact that everybody was willing to work and be part of the Kean administration's effort to bring foreign investment and to be able to help sell New Jersey products overseas.
Okay, Hank, why don't you take that theme and talk about
I thought maybe it was complete.
The bi-state issues here and how the region growing and how that competes between the states.
Several years ago, I was on a podium like this, and I was on the edge. And when I was introduced, I moved the chair and fell off.
Be careful.
Well, I notice here it's relatively close. So
University can't take any.
I first want to really thank the governor for the appointment in 1983. It's 26 years or so ago. And at that time, when I was appointed commissioner to the Port Authority, I was the first Afro-American, or black. 26 years ago, I'm not sure what we were, but anyhow. And I think
Minority-owned business.
Minority. Is that what it was?
Yeah.
Okay, that's fine. But sir, you don't know what West Patterson, now Woodland Park, went through. They cleaned the streets. The governor was coming. It was a massive program that they were putting on, and as far as I'm concerned, that's the most important appointment that you made. At the Port Authority, I became chairman of the audit committee. That was awesome. Could you imagine me, chairman of the audit committee on the Port Authority? I was governor at the World Trade Center Club, and a member of various committees. But the Port Authority supported your development for overseas exports. We had offices in London, Belgium, Shanghai, South Korea, Hong Kong, and those people worked before the trade mission got there. They laid the ground and made sure that in some cases the offices were ready, the hotels were ready, and at times the Port Authority sent help with us to help with some of the logistics. The Port Authority in its development, Newark Legal and Communication Center, Newark Resource Recovery, that was all programs that were under you. The ferry service started, and these are things that, not only that, but how it helped the region was very, very important. And that came from the Port Authority. Various industrial developments in Elizabeth and Newark are also started under Governor Kean's administration.
I'll tell you one thing if I could.
Governor.
It's a story. I think we're in Korea. And when you're in a trade mission, a lot of governors were working in those days.
Yeah.
A lot of southern governors particularly.
Right.
And so you'd go to these places and meet these other governors. I think it was maybe Kit Bond in Missouri and a couple of others
Right,
in Korea.
Missouri, yeah.
We'd run into each other at various places. And I met one day and said, we've had a wonderful time here. He said, I met with the vice head of Samsung, vice president. We met with the vice premier of Korea. We met with this and that. He said, you met with the head of Samsung. You met with the head of Korea. You met with the head of... How'd you do that? And I said, I had a secret weapon. The secret weapon is right there. Ming Su is among that.
There are a couple of things I really want to mention that the governor was talking about. Well, one of the things that the other governors found out, or our U.S. ambassador found out, that he never had to go through customs. Do you remember that Bob Orr asked you about that? But to get back to the trade mission, I do want to mention 3 missions. We participated, in fact, we helped the federal government, the Federal Department of Commerce under Ronald Reagan, in 3 areas. First, there was the opening of glasnost. This was beginning, and President Reagan agreed that he would send a delegation to Moscow of home construction, and the Secretary of Housing and Development was there. And we, New Jersey, was the only state that participated at that conference in Moscow. We had a booth, and we brought with us companies who were in home construction business. One company that laid tiles in kitchen, another one that did wallpaper and so on. And when we were there was this big excitement at our booth. Apparently, the Russian customers, potential, one said that he'd like to use tiles not only on the kitchen floor, but on the wall. And he said, can you, and then the salesperson for the wallpaper said, you don't do that. And the Russian said, no, it's easier to clean, And it was really a lot of activity. And we were the only state that went there as part of the so-called U.S. government delegation. And actually, we won the prize. New Jersey won the prize for having the best booth at this show. It was in Moscow. So we sort of leveraged. In fact, we helped the federal government. Another occasion I really want to mention was, and remember, this is in the 80s. Again, President Reagan decided that we would open up more trade with India. And India then is not the India that we know about today. And again, we were approached, and New Jersey went to this show in New Delhi. I was there, and I know Bob Franks has left, but his late father, Norm Franks, was a very senior member of our division, and he was there with another person. We really did a good job. We had a lot of leads. And we were received by the ambassador because we were the only state there. AT&T was there because it was a telecommunications thing. But the important thing was that we represented the small companies who sold the components. And so we were able to not only get in touch with the Indian companies, but there were other companies from other parts of the world who participated. And the one other thing, which is kind of not, I don't know whether I can call it humorous. We were staying at a hotel, Oberon, and that's like the sister hotel of the Oberon in Mumbai that was attacked by terrorists. And we were there, and I was there with Norm Franks and another senior member of our team. And we heard that there was a lot of excitement, that there was a very important meeting at the Oberon, such floor, and everybody was talking on the go. And guess who was meeting there? The Afghan freedom fighters, as they were known then, because they had bogged down the Soviets for years, and everybody wanted to meet them. And that was the Taliban. I don't know if you ever found out about that. From 9/11. And the Taliban was meeting in India. Yeah, do tell you, the same hotel that Norm Franks and this Jerry Santerre and I were staying at. Speaking of Jerry Santerre, I do want to mention one other thing, what happened in our division.
Ning has a career in sales.
We didn't just have political appointees, a lot of them, of course. But we kept all the regular civil servants in place. And everybody worked together. We had at least 4 members who had been working. You know, the Office of International Trade was part of the Department of Labor back then. But nobody was left out, nobody was fired. We brought a lot of new people in. So we talk about diversity in the workplace. I can tell you that we were really diverse, and everybody pitched in. There were certain countries like Saudi Arabia. I mean, I wouldn't go there. We sent the guys, the older guys, you know. Yeah, Jerry Santerre and Norm Franks went to, you know, Saudi Arabia. So, you know, we were really very careful. We were sensitive to the, you know, the needs and the attitudes of the different countries. But it was really very interesting in the sense that we did participate and help the federal government. Of course, then they helped us in India and Saudi Arabia and the Caribbean, which I thought Hank was going to talk about, but I want to mention this. We took.
Maybe we want to cover a little bit more.
Okay. All right.
Let's
I just
come.
want to emphasize one
Hank.
thing. On these trade missions, I've been on about 15 or 18, some with the state, mostly with the Port Authority. We did not go on these trade missions to find manufacturers overseas. There wasn't an offshore manufacturing expeditions. In other words, we didn't send jobs overseas. About $130,000 at that time of shipment from here to a user overseas meant one job here. So we knew that if $1 million or $2 million or $3 million of product was being shipped here, how many employees that meant. I did want to emphasize we were not looking for overseas manufacturing to take jobs from here.
Foreign direct investment and exports. Yeah,
Sure, the point
Please.
something Bob said, and John mentioned, it was mentioned earlier this morning, that 2 things. One is the budget situation, because it was, we were able to get creative and come up ways of doing more with less. And as cabinet members, the governor let us have a lot of rope to be able to come up with different approaches. The infrastructure, as an example. I found out when you were throwing numbers out there, Joe, my first GO bond issue I did, AAA, $11.59. How would you like to have that today? Dr. Lane was selling his dental chairs so he could buy more bonds.
With New Jersey paper.
The other thing is occasionally I say this now because there's no reporters and it doesn't matter anyway. I'm tenured, what the hell I care. Because I occasionally would hide some money. The governor would know about it, but we wouldn't tell anybody else. And I told him that I had $50 million stashed away. And then when the time came, he kept saying, "You still got the 50?" I said, we were meeting in your office. Gary Stein was there and Kerry Edwards, and we were having a big fuss over some budgetary problem. And you were getting ready to go to the P-Raid, and you had your jacket on and all that. And you were getting ready to head out the door, and the battle raged about whether we could do it. And you just looked at me and you said, "You still got that $50 million?" I said, "Yep." He says, "Let's do it." This drove Stein nuts. He could not figure out where the hell I hid that $50 million. And for the next 5 days, he would be down at my office. He'd say, "It's out of Sheridan's money." "Nope." "You took it from Huey." One of the other ways we went dealing with the budgetary problem. I'm not going to tell where it came from either.
Let me pause here. Does anybody want to have a comment or a question on what's been discussed thus far? Because I want to shift gears just slightly, but I want to offer the opportunity to the audience or the governor react or comment on what we've heard. Please, yes.
Chuck Hager. Another area, and James gone and Al Frelsenberg's not here today, but the governor's interest in the arts. He took a personal interest and figured out through making small economic investments in places like Newark and New Brunswick and some Asbury Park, you got a major return financially. You had tourist dollars staying here rather than money being spent on plays in New York, on symphonies in New York, and the return from that investment is seen in this town where we're meeting today. If you walk down George Street, if you look down at Livingston Avenue, you can see at 9 o'clock at night 18 restaurants packed full, 3 theaters packed full, and Governor, thank you.
Thank you for raising that. That was one of my questions, and we might go to it now and send,
Joe,
yes.
you weren't here when I nagged this morning twice, but we need, because we're videoing
Right.
name and ID.
An ID from the...
Because it'll be for
Sure,
the record,
okay,
yeah.
okay. Rich Keevy.
Hi, Rich Keevy. I'm with the Woodrow Wilson School at Princeton, and I served most of the time in the Kean administration as the deputy budget director and also the budget director for the last 7 months. And I got the opportunity to sit in most of these final decision meetings. So I have a lot of stories I could tell you, but I'm only going to tell you about 2 of them because somebody raised a point that I think is worth mentioning. And also, the reason why we kept our AAA credit rating is because every time High Grossman came down to New York, or to New Jersey, the governor took him to a very nice restaurant. And just as it was breaking up, he would say, "Now, High, don't we want to have our peanut butter ice cream?" So that was the governor's favorite, as it was Mr. Grossman. But I can tell you the story in the final breakdown. I think it was the 86 or 87 budget. The governor turned to the budget folks, Vic Stanford and myself, and he said, "How much money's in there for the arts?" And I naively said, "Well, $2.5 million, Governor." And the governor said, "Well, make that $22.5 million." So I had that look on my face like, "Really?" And he said, "Well, you might think you're the budget director, but I'm the governor. Put the money in." So I always use that in my class as an example of what the governor really is in charge of.
Oh, please, yes, here. Let's get the tape right. You just give your name too, please.
Yes, Bob Grady, Carl from the governor's office years ago. Ken mentioned doing more with less, and Commissioner Henderson talking about some of the improvements of the Port Authority and the Port of Elizabeth and elsewhere. And I think one initiative that hasn't been highlighted is a great example of that, doing more with less. And it occurred right around the time that Commissioner Henderson was sworn in, and should be mentioned, but it had to do with, again, the governor's experience and sophistication, having operated in North Jersey and some Essex counties, is that for most of 1983 and 4, we spent a lot of time negotiating a new agreement with the Port Authority. And there's a long history of the Port Authority of New York and New Jersey being a little more the Port Authority of New York, because the city of New York and the state of New York would always gang up on us and get whatever they wanted. New Jersey was kind of the poor cousin, which was a huge issue in Hudson County politically, among other things. And I believe it was signed in 1984, but a very extensive agreement, which resulted in a whole series of things, not only a Port Authority office in Jersey City, but significant improvements to the path, which took some of the pressure perhaps off the transportation budget that would have come directly, significant improvements to the Port of Elizabeth, to the Newark Airport, which then went on to become, for a time at least, the busiest airport in the United States. And also the clearing that the Port Authority paid for of all the piers in Hoboken, which was one of the first steps getting the infrastructure ready to the waterfront development that followed in Jersey City and Hoboken. I just, a tremendous amount of effort went into that with Carrie and Todd Calabar and some of us, and it was put in part to a very sophisticated approach by the governor in terms of how to trade off Koch against Cuomo and how to make sure we got, what we wanted, even though Peter Goldmark, who we got to know very well at the time, was their appointee. But that played a very significant role in the economic development of that area and getting both transportation and sort of general infrastructure improved.
If I could just add a little bit to that.
Please, Governor.
Again, for some reason, I don't know why, historically in New Jersey and New York, governors, mayors, and so on had rivalries. Sometimes public, sometimes not so public, but they haven't, I guess, they haven't really liked each other very much, and they certainly haven't worked together. For years, Rockefeller just dominated everything on the New York side, and then after that, there wasn't much communication. I became good personal friends with both Ed Koch and Mario Cuomo. And Cuomo and I in particular used to have, not publicly, but we used to have lunches or dinners together about once every 6 weeks. And we'd talk about what we can do between the two states, and what we needed and what he needed, and what the Port Authority could be as an engine for growth and all of that. But we never had, and not only that, but Cuomo was the kind of guy that, frankly, he got some flack in New York for a couple of the things that we decided I wanted for New Jersey. And Cuomo just says, that's the agreement I got with Kean. That's it. And that kind of a personal relationship, I think, paid big dividends for both states. I mean, we never had a public disagreement, or hardly a private disagreement, and all the time we were both governors. And I'm still close friends.
And I think that was a catalyst for regional growth, was the friendship that you had with the governor. I know when I went into meetings, they talked about the mayor wants this and the mayor wants that, and I would say, I don't remember the mayor of New York saying that. It was all New York.
Yeah.
On the commissioners at that time, Van Forsen and Mayor Wagner. Mayor Wagner was a fantastic person. I don't think he ever took anything home. We had a tremendous amount of work to do. But what a memory he had. And we would look to him and, what do you think, Mayor? And he would come up with something, and Goldmark would say, yeah, that's the way it's going to be. But the cooperation that you had with the governor of New York certainly was apparent in what happened in this region afterwards.
That's a real good point. I mean, there's nothing more compelling than the economist's argument that you should talk about regions because of the gains that you can get from a regional approach are so significant, but then they meet the even more compelling notion of a political boundary and how the governor was able to address that.
If there wasn't so much fighting, we would have another Trans-Hudson crossing sooner than what we're going to have now. But whenever it was discussed, it was looked at as we're going to take business from the city. It's not going to move into New Jersey and so forth. That hurt the region.
Well, that's an issue going forward, and posing the question that Arc Tunnel, which is again one of these transformative public investments that can really make a significant change, is based on the premise of job growth in New York City, which is not clear, certainly from my perspective going forward now. Significant job growth in New York City. And there are issues of whether that money reallocated within the transportation infrastructure of New Jersey might bring a higher rate of return, given the nature of that. John, you may want to comment on that.
No, but I guess we could get into it indirectly. We had started talking about investment and how to encourage investment, how to move the economy forward. And it was key that, one of the key things that was missing in that, as I mentioned, in the whole 70s was the wherewithal to plan capital projects over time. And so I was thinking back on this, and some people have said Tom Kean was the father of the Transportation Trust Fund, and a few people have said John Sheridan. I know it's Bob Huey.
That's exactly right.
Bob came to my office one day and said, we want to do this infrastructure tank, John, and of course transportation has to be in it, and he described how it was to work. And I was interested. I said, but Bob, we don't fit into the revolving funds part of this. Our funds won't revolve. And but I heard during that conversation some term that said you can actually sell bonds based on a contract with the state, what we now know as contract bonds, and having no opportunity for a major tax increase and having to deal with this problem. I took what Bob had taught me in that meeting, and we went to Bear Stearns, and we had some which I think Bob had been working with too, so I kind of followed up on those conversations. We put this program together, which became the Transportation Trust Fund, and we vetted it for a long time in the administration. I recall was months and months of discussion about whether this could work, whether we could sell it politically, whether it would all work. We got a couple of breaks. First of all, the governor said give it a shot, which was was a major step, because it took a lot of faith to think that we could actually sell a very, very novel idea in the face of two houses of the legislature, which, while they were cooperative with the administration on a lot of points, we were not far away from the next election cycle, and in effect, they would be turning over to this administration by approving the program $3 billion of funding to do projects, essentially. And but we got a major break because Walter Land from Camden, Senator, was such a strong advocate for transportation that he signed on before any of the leadership in either houses knew about it, which was a major break. But then we kind of stymied for a while, and I'll tell you a story, because I think this story maybe even the governor doesn't know. One day, it so happens Dennis Collins from Bayonne called up. He said, "I want to come down and see you." And I said, "Sure, come on down." And he was describing his project, 169 in Bayonne, that he'd been trying to get done for years, and it was, I guess he'd been there for a long, long time, and it had made no progress. Lots of promises, but nothing done. He said, "How can we get this project done?" I said, "Well, we have the vehicle. It's the Transportation Trust Fund, which the governor announced a month ago, but we can't get any traction in the legislature, particularly on the assembly side." He said, "Well, my guys are for it, aren't they?" I said, "Well, matter of fact, they're not." And he said, "Okay, let's pretend we never had this meeting." He said, "And I'll come down with my 3 guys. and we'll talk." So, Joe Doria, Joe Charles, and Edward O'Connor, Senator Edward O'Connor. And so we went through the mayor entreating me to do this project, and I saying, yes, we'd love to do it. We actually have a vehicle here, the Transportation Trust Fund, and all we need is some more legislative support. And he looks down the table and says, "You guys are for this, aren't you?" At any rate, he dragged him out to a press conference we had with the governor and myself at what was called a missing link right by the exit in Bayonne to the Turnpike. And we had press coverage from New York and all of the major TV stations. And it was a great event. And it was actually, I think, the turning point in that whole episode. I am sure that the leadership of the Senate and the Assembly was throwing up their lunch when they saw that press conference.
He was at the press conference with me.
I just share another point. Bob Kean, I remember this too, got stuck in the Senate too. And it got to the point where we needed, I don't know, 2, 3, 4 votes that really looked like it was in trouble, and we might have, again, we failed. Well, I remember that we'd been in a recession. And the labor unions had their guys sitting in the halls without jobs for a long time. And so they started to figure out, this Transportation Trust Fund can get people working. And so they were hanging around outside, and the Senate was caucusing, and nobody could get into the Senate caucus, couldn't get Kerry Edwards in, could get anybody in. And so I said, "Come on in, guys." So these 3, 4 labor guys came in. Sat down for a while, and somebody came in from our office, Kerry Bolton or something, and said, "It's dead. We can't get the votes." He said, "What's dead?" I said, "Well, it's like all those jobs, we just can't get them. You're stuck in the Senate They said, the Democratic caucus? I said, yeah. And they said, Governor, you stay right here. And these three guys headed down the hall. And I heard later that they didn't just bang in the door, they almost broke it in. And I guess the Democrat system where normally people weren't allowed in the caucus, but there was no question about these guys. And they came back to my office about 20 minutes later and said, Governor, don't worry, you got the votes. And we did.
Actually, it wound up passing unanimously in both houses.
I think that finally, yes.
Some of the pictures that I just dug out of the basement and gave to the archive here at Eagleton are all the operating engineers at the events we did throughout 84 and 85 standing behind the governor as they ultimately endorsed you in the 85 year election.
Yes, right. They were friends and allies from then on a number of issues.
I think the other point that the difference between now and then, there are a lot of differences. Obviously, we're all smarter than we were. At least to our memories were. But I think the difference was that, and it came directly from the governor. You didn't have to have instant answers in our administration. You were allowed to have an idea that, as John said, he worked the trust for over a year. And we didn't make it right until we actually got a tax to back it up. But he worked it, and we were allowed to look at this. Now, a couple of years later, I went back for another issue with another governor, and it wasn't a Democrat, it was a Republican governor, and we made a presentation for some shore area legislators. Only time I ever appeared for 8 years under that next Republican administration. And at the end of it, they said, well, how long did this take? And I said, probably about 1.5 years to do right. They said, no, we need it in 3 months. And so if you have to have a solution in 3 months, there's a real good chance you're never going to get a solution. By the way, that problem they never solved. So solutions come because you work them and you put them in effect. And Tom never panicked. If we had a problem, we had to work our way through it, and we told him it was going to take 2 years. Or in one case, I told him I was going to have to sue every county in the state on garbage. He got over it quickly. The judge who got that case has never gotten over it. But Tom was great, and so patience, and that's what's missing now. Everybody's looking for quick solutions, a good press conference, and if that's all you're looking for, it's pretty easy. Of course, 2 months later, there's enough.
Well, let's come back to that sustained idea. The Commission on Science and Technology is a legacy accomplishment and a landmark accomplishment. And it established a process that made sustained, I want to repeat that word, sustained over the whole 2 administrations, threshold, significant, and peer-reviewed investments in science and technology initiatives in the state for economic development. Those characteristics, sustained, threshold, and peer-reviewed, are the polar opposites of a legislative process. How did this governor bring such a concept to fruition, and what was the process that brought the private sector engagement into that key initiative, which from my perspective, and certainly I think many of the scientists throughout the state, is a lost opportunity of what's happened to it over the last decade compared to that promising decade of its beginning. Bob, you want to start on that, the Science and Technology Commission?
Well, I think Tom approached that the same way he approached everything, which was, let's go find the best people. He reached into the colleges and universities. He asked them for their opinions. He put together a fund of money. And he listened to the pros. And, it's an easy way to solve a problem, and it did. It focused, as Joe, as you recall, it started some research that probably would have never started without that source of funds. And what happens over time is people change on the boards. People realize there's money there, and in a tight budget year, which we had a lot of subsequent to Tom's administration, they reach in and do other things with that money. And so what was, a pure effort became an effort to, you can call anything you want within budget terms. And that's what they begin to do. And so they erode the principle of the project and the process. And I think Tom never let that happen. And there were guys around the state. I mean, I work with NJIT now. Saul Fenster served on so many boards in the state, and so powerful a personality. He would have never let that happen. I mean, he would have gone crazy. And I think what happened is ultimately we lose those kinds of power people. They're not replaced, and things start to sort of roll away. But it was always a credit to Tom that he wanted those kinds of powerful people. We had a water supply board, which people don't remember. We now respond to droughts because we actually can move water around the state. We had one of the first water supply master plans in the state. We had some of the toughest people on that board that this state has ever seen. And you didn't walk into a meeting at the beginning and go, let me explain to you where we're going today. I mean, I can't imagine doing that to those people. And I think too often now government runs that way. The decisions are made, people go into meetings and they say, let me explain what we're going to do. Well, if you want to be on a board and you want somebody to explain it to you, then I suspect that maybe you'd be better off on an elementary school board. I don't think that's the way you're supposed to run things at the state level.
Can I ask Bob a question? Sure. John, either one or any of them.
Ask John.
Why, you're looking at you, why were these valuable lessons lost? What's happened? Again, not having been in this state, but it seems, as I was saying earlier, that so many of the lessons that could have led to good things, great things happen, have flooded away.
Well, I think there's one difference, and Tom can probably answer this, and John. Our press people, guys like Bob Grady, who is equally good at advertising the press for policy, did more than one thing. We weren't just trying to sell a story. The people that worked in communications had an interest in policy. And so, I mean, everything was a little deeper. And it was not just a story. And it wasn't just, we're going to explain things to you, and then, and I mean, Michael Aaron made the point earlier that we were a little freer. We were. I mean, we were very free as cabinet officers. We were free to make mistakes. You had to pay for them. I mean, you got in trouble, you got out of trouble. Tom didn't come around 2 days later and try to explain what it was you meant. He said, he screwed up. I don't know what to do with him. So I think that whole thing has changed. Just that attitude has changed. John, what do you think?
Well, I think it's a tougher time now. I think there was partisanship in those days, but I think it's just a much tougher partisan environment in the political world today than at least in my view, than it was in the 80s. And I think a lot of good people that would be helpful to the process are not going into government as easily as they might have done in past years. And I think that's contributing in part to the problem.
Can I tell a story?
Michael.
Michael Aaron, Bob Huey, just to jog my memory, he said cabinet officers were freer back then, as I had tried to say earlier today. It reminds me of something that happened between me and Huey that never could happen today in training. Bob Huey was on a half-hour talk show that I was doing back sometime in the 80s, and I brought him together with Dave Marish, a television reporter in New York, who had done a very hard-hitting series on how New Jersey was botching its toxic waste cleanup program. And I thought this was a great coup to get these guys together. And it was a good show. We taped a 25-minute show. And they were arguing, disagreeing, and so forth. And then the show ended. I said goodbye to the viewers. And they kept arguing. And they really started arguing. And I shouted, because our control room is 3 stories above the studio, I said, Keep the tape rolling, boys. And they kept going for another 25 minutes, except this was supposedly off camera, except that it wasn't. And it was explosive. It was really dynamite. One of the best shows I've ever had. And when it was all over, they shook hands and parted, and I got it into my head that we needed to show the second tape, not the first one. And I got the permission of each of them, Huey and Marish, to air the real confrontation. That never could, no cabinet officer in this modern Trenton would be given the permission and the freedom to let that kind of thing go on the air. So that's one of my war stories from being used.
You know, I don't think it comes up here, but I've been thinking about it a little bit. And it's partly by accident, I think, but the atmosphere we established at the beginning of the administration with the appointment of Lou Thurston and then Greg Stevens, Kerry Edwards, and Gary Stein. Interesting thing about them was that all of them had known me for a long time, and Cole Gold. I'd known each of them on Gary Stein's case, we'd known each other since the Army. We became friends there. And Greg Stevens' case since, I don't know, 60-some, way back too. Carl Golden, I had him even before that. Kerry Edwards had served in the legislature with me for a long time. We've been friends there. But the importance of that was that they knew me well enough to come into the office and say, you know, I think you're dead wrong on this one. And to argue with me and argue with each other. And I think that sort of atmosphere, which started off very early because of those kind of relationships, like with Lou and others, continued in the administration. So people who came in after that, this was the freedom they had. They didn't have any problem. I don't think either of you had any problem coming into the office someday and saying, you're off base on this one. Because that was what we established. It was probably established by the fact that I appointed those 3 guys or 4 guys to begin with who all had the kind of relationship with me where they didn't have any problem saying, Governor, you screwed up this time, now what are we going to do? That's important, I think, because I don't think many governors have that kind of relationship with people they bring in. It's more what he wants us to do.
And to carry it even a step further, I recall that on issues of debt, and we had 3 bond issues that were being promoted by the administration and others. I remember asking you, I says, do you have any objection to my going around to editorial boards and talking about this rising? And you said, absolutely not. Again, I'm not sure you'd find that many places. Because it was almost like going against the program, but it was to point out there was costs here.
Yeah.
Lou Thurston.
I'd like to just follow up on what the Governor just said and tell a little story. We knew each other very well when you were Assembly Speaker and I was Executive Director of the Senate. And there was a time in Tom Kean's life when he was not in the legislature and not governor. And in that in-between time, I think it was 1980, I received a telephone call from a professor at Rutgers Public Administration in Newark asking me if I would be interested in teaching a course in legislation, graduate course. And so I said, sure, I'd love to do that. And I came up to Newark and I was interviewed by 2 other professors and this gentleman. And he called me back in a week and I said, well, when do I start? And he said, well, you know, we interviewed some other people and you're not going to be able to teach this. We picked somebody else. So I said, oh, I'm a little disappointed. I wasn't losing my full-time job. But, so, well, out of curiosity, who did you pick? And he said, Tom Kean. But that's not the end of the story. A week later, he calls me back and said, we have another course in public policy analysis. Would you like to teach that? I said, you going to put me through this again? He said, no, we're offering you the course. I said, fine, I'll take it. Tom Kean and I shared an office together, had some of the same students, and worked very hard as professors at Rutgers in those days.
Get him away from his Princeton roots. That's good. Let's conclude. I want to ask each of the panelists, and begin with Hank, Lessons for New Jersey now, from what you did and what you've experienced and what you accomplished then.
Well, first, let's go back to the science and technology.
Please.
That was a refundable grant, as I recall. And I think if it had been a loan rather than a grant, that it may still be in effect and doing well today. I know some people that got refundable grant, and there was an incentive to pay it back, of course. But it wasn't as if your home, you would lose your home if you didn't, or there was some other tie-in to the financial worth of your company. Another issue, which something I remember I want to say, is Lenny Coleman, who I spoke to a couple of days ago, said, tell you hello. He's sorry he's not here, but tonight he's going to be with the Mets and was Jackie Robinson night or something? Okay. We wanted to run Lenny Coleman for senator. There were a group of us, Gus Henningberg, Jim Feldman, and a few others, and we had met several times and then decided to meet you. And you gave us some good advice. Because at that time I said, we're going to put up $4 million. And that didn't move you, you just advised us not to do it. We had no idea where we were going to get $4 million. If you had said yes, we would still be looking for it. What did you ask me to do?
What you did then, lessons for now for the state.
Well, I think when an appointment is made to the Port Authority, that appointment should be made as I know the governor did for me, and that is somebody that wants to work, and being on the Port Authority board is not easy. You may think you go there once a month. My meetings were 3 and 4 times a month, and there was material delivered to us that was inches thick. And if the appointee from New Jersey doesn't do his homework and doesn't stand out on the board, New York walks away with everything.
Main lessons for New Jersey today.
Well, I think today, as in the 80s, even more so, it's very important for New Jersey, for the state, and for the governor to recognize the importance of international trade and what it could mean to the economy of our state. And I don't see that recognition. I know that there are always so many other problems, and that not enough emphasis is given to the importance of international trade. We need to have leadership in the legislature, a governor, and, you know, as Hank said, you know, really good appointments. This is not just a fun job. Get people really involved, and I think New Jersey deserves that kind of attention because we have a lot to offer.
Thank you. John?
I think one of the things that distinguishes the Kean administration, and perhaps some, if not all, of the ones that have followed, is that while the governor was a leader, but I would not say a manager. And I think that there's been such a move towards centralizing all control over everything that goes on in state government into the governor's office that I think there needs to be some balance. Obviously, you can't have a bunch of free agents running around doing willy-willy, whatever the heck they want. But there was an awful lot of freedom to chart a course. Of course, you had to check in, and you had to sell it, and you had to convince the governor and his key staffers that you were doing something that made a lot of sense. But there wasn't an effort, in my view, to control everything that was going on in every department. And I sense, I might be perceiving this wrong, but I sense there has been a strong movement in that direction over the last 20 years, which I don't think strikes the right balance.
Ken?
I was just noticing I highlighted a quote from Governor Corzine. He says the FY 2009 budget represents a turning point in the fiscal management of the state. New Jersey has historically taken a short-term view to balancing the budget with reliance on short-term fixes, non-recurring revenues, one-time actions. Reductions to support higher spending budgets to date have simply failed the most fundamental test, matching recurring expenses, recurring revenues. Now, I was going to sue him for plagiarism. Because you see, these were the sort of things that we dealt with and discussed and actions that we took. And it's not as if this is the first time the state has had a fiscal problem. My recommendation is study what went on in the Kean administration, learn from its successes and its failures, and act accordingly. And that, look at the numbers, just has not happened.
I think there are probably two things. I'll build on what John said. We weren't completely freelancers, but we all had constituencies. When John was doing the infrastructure trust, he went out and met with all those mayors by himself. Tom Kean didn't have to go to all those meetings, you know. So there's got to be, when you have a good cabinet, you extend your reach. People can go out and make decisions, make field visits. You know, I could go to South Jersey. I remember the first time I went to South Jersey, which was my town, you know, my whole community. And I went to a meeting down there. I was 45 minutes late. I was driving a Jeep. And I got a round of, I still am, says Peter. And I got a round of applause because I didn't come in a helicopter. You know, you got to know your turf. And I think we had a lot of people that knew the turf. So that would be number one. Number two, I think these people ought to get a sense of humor. Yeah, I think you walk into the State House now, and you know, I don't do this frequently because I'm invited frequently, but I have never seen so many earnest young people. Honest to God. I mean, where did they come from? You know, I think they need a couple people with gray hair and bad memories.
What's clearly, I think, has clearly emerged, as I suspect it was this morning, and I apologize, I was in class this morning, is, you know, it comes down, doesn't it, always to a person in leadership. I mean, ultimately, I mean, institutions are there and processes there, but it comes down to leadership and commitment and sustained trust over and consistency. And I think that's what's been embodied in Governor Kean as he served the state, and as the legacy he's left us to guide us going forward. And without that, all the process and even the ideas and the content become secondary. And it's that leadership, and that's something that's precious and we treasure. So, Governor, you're up the bat here. You get last licks, and you can wrap up. Okay.
They're going to leave the mic open so that people want to say things for the record, they can, what, pop up and say them or go to a mic?
No, we'll facilitate it. I'm just going to say that when you speak, we're not going to, there's a moment for people who have store anecdotes or want to make a comment. We will.
This is for the record. Don't any of you want to say anything positive?
Before you get gray hair and have a bad memory, right?
Too late. I got a lot to add to today because I think you saw what made us good today. I mean, you saw on these panels and the people in the audience, you saw what made us a good administration. And it started off with something that we did that was quite unusual. And that is, I didn't know who the right people were for the administration when I was elected. I really didn't. And so we hired a search firm. And it turned out the partner who was in charge for the search firm happened to be a Democrat, whose father had been Secretary of State for the United States. And, but everybody, whether somebody I knew or didn't know, had to go through the same process. And Nick Brady, who couldn't be here today because he's getting a knee replaced or something, was part of that process, and so were a number of other people. and the search firm, but every single person had to go through that. So, you know, as I was thinking, at least half the cabinet, I think, were people I'd never met before. At least half the cabinet. But they came through that kind of process. And that's how you got Bob Hewitt, who was by far the best candidate I saw for environmental protection. Kean was by far the best. And Sheridan got out of a nationwide search. but it was that was true of not only them, but of everybody. And it was an easy way, frankly, where there were some people who had been very helpful in the campaign, but frankly wouldn't have been that helpful in the governing process. And so they got weeded out because they went through the search firm, and they will say, no, you just didn't. I'd love to have you, but you didn't pass muster. And but when you get people who come out of that kind of a process, our whole cabinet, all of me, even people I've known all my life, had to go through that process. When you get people, that means they're really great people. And when you get people of that quality, men and women of that capability, then you gotta give them their heads. And you gotta bring them in to help them solve problems. When you bring all this creativity and these brains and so on into a cabinet administration, if you're gonna try to tell them what to do, you work as a team. You may be the captain of the team, but you work as a team. And the kind of ideas that come out of transportation trust fund kind of ideas don't come out of an administration where everybody's trying to tell everybody what to do. They come out of an administration where everybody's working together to try and solve very difficult problems, looking for creative ways to do it. You said have the time to come up with those answers. But it was, and if I had advice for future governors, I think the most important thing you can do is right off the bat. Your administration is going to depend on who you pick. Who you pick in and around the governor's office. I mean, I got the brightest guy in Washington when I lured Bob Grady come. And I was convinced of that because Bob actually had been the son of the Democratic mayor of my hometown. But he came, everybody never worked with Bob. Very highest recommendation. Ken Merron, I knew through the campaign elsewhere, but you know, crackerjack in every way. Everybody knew that. And the same with all of you. Even Mike Fedorko, heading the security unit. he was the best the state police had to offer. And that's the kind of administration we had. And so I think the most important thing is to pick the very, very best. And if you pick the very, very best, what comes out of that combination is going to be the very, very best. And that's what we had. I was privileged to be the leader of that administration, but I was privileged to be the leader because we had so many great people in it and made so many great contributions in so many different ways, and the state's a much better place for it. So thank you all. Thank you very much.
I would have to add, nothing to really be added to that, but nonetheless, I would have to add that there was another search firm involved in this process, and that was the people of New Jersey, and they picked you. While I think that it's been, as I've said several times earlier today, it's been an extraordinary day and an enlightening one and one of good feeling, and just a treat to listen to all of you on all of the panels. What kept going, there was just one word that kept going through my mind all day, and I know other people because we chatted at lunchtime and during the break, and it's the one that Joe used. It's, you know, it's about leaders, it's about leadership, it's about a leader, and we all, some of us think that, I don't actually, but there are people around the university who think you can teach a course called leadership or teach about leadership, and I still don't know. I've thought about it for decades, and I still don't know how you do that, but I do know it's like the old saying, you know it when you see it. And I think that you all have seen this for a long time when it comes to Governor Kean, and we all got a chance to see it again today and to reminisce and to capture it on this video that will be as in part in the Kean archive that we're building. So I want to thank everybody again. I know it seems a little anticlimactic, but as I said at the beginning, there are people here, and some of whom had to leave, who we couldn't spend the whole, we couldn't get everybody on a panel, but everybody should have been on the program in some way. And and most of you will be videotaped at some point for the archive, but nonetheless, before the day concludes, we'd like to open the floor for anyone who would like to share a memory or add a comment or tell us some aspect of this as we're developing the Kean archive that we should be sure to remember or make an observation. So I'd like to open the floor to that now and invite anyone to contribute, participate. Oh, good. Feather, good. Thank you. Please name and identification.
Feather O'Connor, I'm now with the Foundation in Philadelphia, and I was going to do it earlier, decided that the better part of discretion not, and then Debbie Ports said that I could and should.
Feather, would you stand? Thank you. Yeah, it's on for the purpose of the taping.
When I was newly treasurer and somewhat insecure about my position within the administration, it was the point at which Bob Wilentz was coming up for reappointment, and I had just come out of the housing agency, was very plugged into what was happening in affordable housing around the country, and the Mount Laurel decision and all of that. And I went in to see Mike Cole, who was then general counsel, and I said, Mike, this is none of my business. I know it's none of my business, but if he has other aspirations as a moderate Republican, if he doesn't reappoint Justice Wilentz, he's not a moderate Republican in the rest of the world. And I just want to say it's none of my business. And Mike looked up and he started in and he gave me a lecture about the importance of judges not needing to look over their shoulder about their appointments. And the importance of the integrity of the judiciary, and you can imagine Mike going on about that. And I said, well, then I can relax. And he said, Feather, he said, the governor and Bobby Wilentz were in the legislature together, don't worry.
Great, thank you, Feather. Yes, Bob.
Bob Grady, I just wanted to add one last comment to this last panel on economic development and lessons learned. Because today I'm in the venture capital business, in the private equity business, and we look to invest.
You're admitting that in public.
Oh, I'm proud of it. I'm a huge job creator in this country. And we look all over the place to think about where's the best place to start companies. And if you listen to this last panel and the lessons for the future and maybe what's lost or what is important, the governors are not only running a state, they're not only, in terms of budgeting, trying to match revenues to expenses, they're also in a competition. And all the little pieces that we heard on this last panel, one of the overarching themes, I believe, of this governor was to make New Jersey an attractive place to do business. Because at the end of the day, that's what's going to drive revenues. It's what's going to drive job creation. And new business and corporations went shooting up in his first term to an all-time high. And if you listen to all the pieces, investing in the infrastructure, whether it was roads or transportation, promoting foreign trade, both exports and foreign trade and foreign direct investment, pursuing these high technology initiatives in research in biotechnology and other subjects. And also, we didn't talk a lot about today, but various tax reforms. We reformed the unemployment insurance tax. We cut the corporate tax, basically. We cut the transfer inheritance tax. Tried to hold the line repeatedly against income tax increases. States are in a competition. And it is highly variable where it's attractive to do business and where it's not attractive to do business in the United States. And I think Governor Kean always kept his eye on that ball. And in that period, through the 1980s, New Jersey was an extremely attractive place to do business, and we attracted a lot of companies and ultimately a lot of jobs as a result. And I think if you are trying to just match revenues to expenses just by raising the tax rate, you might end up not getting the revenues you thought you were going to get because you're going to drive people away. And I think that's a very, very key lesson.
Very important observation. Thank you. Other comments? We have an electronic one. No one's texting in. Yes, sir.
Hi, I'm
It's a Twitter.
I'm Arthur
Sorry.
Herman. I was assistant counsel in the first term under Carrie Edwards, and chief counsel, and deputy chief counsel under Mike Cole in the second term. And I guess there's an expression, when I think of those years, there's an expression came up once today, but I heard it daily, and that is, good government is good politics. And it's something the governor said often, it's something Carrie repeated to the assistant counsels often, and it really was the guiding light of everything we did. And I really look back on those years very fondly because we're really told to do the right thing, and there's not too many times in your career that that's the paramount consideration. And I think that really boils down to the person at the top. I think any organization is only as good as the person at the leadership position and the values they demonstrate. So that phrase has haunted me over the years because I've been a lobbyist in Trenton pretty much since I left the administration and seen a lot of goings on in the last 20 plus years, but it was the beacon that we followed in those years, and I wish New Jersey that for my state, which has always been my home state and hopefully always will be, that government starts to take that phrase on again in a meaningful way. So I just wanted to thank the governor for that opportunity to serve in that administration.
Thank you. Yes, Ming.
I would really like to say very seriously that Governor Kean is a wonderful diplomat. He is really respected by many leaders, world leaders who have met him, who have since asked me about him and what he's doing. He is the kind of person that when he meets a leader in a foreign country, they somehow trust him, feel that they can talk to him. I just want to mention, since this is history, it's all right for me to mention it. Well, we met with former Prime Minister Lee Kuan Yew, who's the founder of the state of Singapore. We had a private meeting with him. Former Governor Late Babur, who was our ambassador to Singapore, was there. I was there. And the Prime Minister was so taken by Governor Kean that he started to share some of his secret thoughts. And one of the things he discussed at that time, and he had hoped that Governor Kean will relay that message back to President Reagan, whoever. That was a time when the Philippines wanted to throw us out of Clark Air Force Base, or throw us. And it's very rare to have somebody like Lee Kuan Yew tell Governor Kean that if that really happens, you can have a base in Singapore. And this is something that he never wants to admit. He never wanted any foreign bases in Singapore, but he was very serious. He wanted Governor Kean to relay this very private message to President Reagan. And I've noticed that in many occasions. And I really commend the governor for not only being a wonderful governor of New Jersey, but he's a terrific diplomat. And we are fortunate to have him, and I hope that he will continue to do the good work, not only for the state of New Jersey, but for the United States of America, because he's very well respected abroad.
Thank you for that. Thank you.
Governor, I told you my budget story, but
You have to repeat your idea.
Rich Keevy, Woodrow Wilson School. When I told my wife I was going to come up and be here this afternoon, she said, "Oh, well, tell the governor thank you again, because 2 times she brought her class up from Cinnaminson High School, grade school, to meet the governor, and he was gracious enough to come out." And she said, "Don't you remember the one time that he played ball with the kids?" And I said, "I don't remember that." So thank you from my wife, Governor, for being so gracious twice. Thank you.
Thank you. On that note, that's a great note to end on. I think that we will close.
close and invite everybody to stay and have a little reception before you hit the road. And once again, thank you all for being here. We hope you'll be here for some of the future seminars and workshops and contribute to the development of this archive in a variety of ways. And most of all, we want to thank the governor for what he's done for the state of New Jersey and for the help on getting this project moving. And finally, I want to say thank you again to Nancy Becker and Don Linke, without whom today would not have happened. So thank you all.